Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. All set, Dave? All right. Morning. Today is January 9th, and we are convening a meeting of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. Because we are doing this publicly, virtually, my apologies. I need to take a roll call. Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good morning. I am here.
Good morning, Commissioner Hill. Oh. I thought I saw he was here, so let's give him a chance. There he is. Good morning, Commissioner Hill.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner Skinner.
Good morning. Good morning. Wasn't sure if I was muted or not.
No, we can hear you nice and clearly. And good morning, Commissioner Maynard.
Good morning. I'm here.
Monday morning. So I'm calling to order public meeting number 420. And this is part of a continuing evaluation of our Category 3 untethered applicants for sports wagering licenses. We are delighted to be able to welcome our second applicant, and that is Betfair Interactive US LLC, as we know very commonly as FanDuel. So we would love to have you start with your presentation and your demonstration of your technology. But if you wouldn't mind, perhaps it might be a great start for you to make introductions. And we thank you for meeting virtually. We would love to be doing this in person, but you know what? As it turns out, it's a great convenience. Applicants are coming in from all over the country, so thank you.
Good morning, Chairwoman, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Corey Fox, and I'm Vice President for Product and New Market Compliance at FanDuel. It's nice to see everyone again.
Nice to see you as well.
In a moment, we'll share our presentation, but I just wanted to mention at the outset, FanDuel has designated several part of our application as commercially sensitive or proprietary, as provided in Chapter 23. We don't plan to present any of that information in our affirmative presentation, but if a question elicits confidential information, we'll ask to go into an executive session. Obviously, you could go ahead and share the deck. That would be great. To the agenda first. So the agenda here tracks the criteria promulgated by the Commission, and we'll walk through these in a moment, by the Commission to award the Category 3 mobile sports wagering licenses. Following the discussion of these criteria, we'll provide a product demonstration. I'm happy to have with me today Jed Nozel, our counsel in Massachusetts. We don't have a picture, but I think many of you know him. Keita Young, FanDuel's Senior Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Carolyn Renzin, FanDuel's Chief Legal and Compliance Officer. David Jennings, FanDuel's Chief Financial Officer. And to get us started, we have Christian Janetsky, FanDuel's President, who will be telling you about FanDuel's experience and expertise as a sports wagering operator. Over to you, Christian.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Christian Janetsky, President of FanDuel. Corey introduced the folks on our team who will be speaking as part of our presentation this morning, but we also have a number of other leaders from around the company who oversee different disciplines that we anticipate will get questions from you today. So hopefully we have the full range of folks available to you to have a productive day. On behalf of FanDuel, I want to express our gratitude to the Commission for its dedication and hard work throughout this process. We've been following along on YouTube and appreciate all the work you're doing, and we appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. We're looking forward to telling you more about our company and to answering any questions that you have. I'm going to kick us off by speaking about FanDuel's experience and expertise in offering online sports betting. FanDuel was founded in 2009 as a fantasy sports company. In 2018, when the U.S. Supreme Court repealed PASPA and paved the way for states to legalize sports betting within their borders, FanDuel merged with the U.S. business of Flutter Entertainment, a UK company that is the world's largest online gaming and sports betting operator. And FanDuel launched its first sports betting product in the U.S. in New Jersey in September of 2018. Today, FanDuel has over 3,000 employees across 10 offices in the United States and Europe. We're the number one online sportsbook in the US with expected revenues in 2022 of $3 billion. And significantly, over the first 6 months of last year, FanDuel alone accounted for 47% of all tax revenue generated in its states of operation. FanDuel has a diverse product suite that supports our online sportsbook business. Across online and retail, we operate sportsbooks in 21 states. We operate our fantasy sports business in 44 states, including Massachusetts. Our horse racing wagering business in 33 states, also including Massachusetts, and our iGaming business in 5 states. Somewhat uniquely, we also operate a linear and OTT television channel called FanDuel TV that reaches 45 million homes and promotes our products and has a lot of editorial sports content in general. Across these products, we have over 14 million registered users, including well over 350,000 in Massachusetts. Here's a map that shows the 18 states in which FanDuel currently operates its online sports betting business. We effectively operate in every state that has an open market for online sports betting. And we maintain a strong leadership position in the market. This chart shows FanDuel's percentage of gross gaming revenue from the first quarter of 2020 through the third quarter of 2022. And you can see that it's ranged from roughly the high 30% market share to over 50% during that span. And that we've consistently well outpaced our nearest competitors, each of whom in their own right has maintained a very strong share during that same period. And that number one position is consistent across the states in which we operate. We're number one in most of our states, including, I think, significantly the closest regional states to Massachusetts. We have a market share of 46% or better in New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. And we have a podium position everywhere. I'm also pleased to say the first numbers released in Maryland, which was the most recent state to launch in late November of 2022, also had FanDuel in the lead. So our track record of performance is strong, but what are the fundamental drivers of that performance? There are really 3 primary. First, we acquire users more efficiently than our competitors. Second, once we acquire those users, we retain them longer. And third, we grow the value of those customers better. Those are the 3 aspects that drive our performance. But how do we achieve them? Again, 3 primary strengths that FanDuel brings to the table. First, we have an extremely strong brand. Second, we have an unrivaled customer database of sports fans who have shown an interest in spending real money on sports games. And third, we have the best, most consumer-friendly product in the market. Let me talk about each of these in turn. First, the FanDuel brand. Were FanDuel to launch in the Commonwealth, it will bring the benefit of a massive investment in growing its brand over the last decade. As we've launched sports betting, we've amplified that brand specifically in connection with sports betting through an array of key media partnerships with the likes of Turner Sports, CBS Sports, Pat McAfee, and The Ringer, and sports league relationships, as we have official partnerships with the NFL, the NBA, the WNBA, the NHL, and the PGA Tour. We're also an online-first business, and we have over a decade of experience refining our digital marketing strategy in sports. Our second advantage is our customer database. Across our 3 sports verticals, we have over 14 million registered accounts, as I mentioned earlier. And what's, I think, most significant here is that we have a demonstrable track record now of the value of these users. 44% of our total sportsbook handle in 2021 came from users who are in our fantasy sports database. So the value of the database is established. Our third key advantage, and the one that we think is most important, is our product. We're the top-rated product both by consumers and by experts. And that product strength is driven both by what a consumer can see when they use the product and by what our teams are doing behind the scenes. Let me break that down a little bit. First, the fundamentals of our app platform are strong. We offer users a single account and wallet across all of our products in all of our states. That means users can use their account balance to play all of the products FanDuel offers. And when they move from one state to the next, the users and FanDuel will have to agree, the users have to agree to abide by the specific rules and regulations of that state. And our product offering, when they cross into the new state, will reflect our compliance with all of the regulations specific to that state, but the user is able to use their one FanDuel account to play. Our app is also simple and intuitive. We try to present the app the way the user expects it to work. And third, we consistently deliver new product features and enhancements. We believe that a steady drumbeat of constant improvements across our product is what users expect, and we aim to deliver that. We've also demonstrated leadership in the market on key product innovations. And the one I'll call out this morning is a bet called a same game parlay. This is a bet where a user can combine a number of correlated bets on the same game. So if the Celtics are playing a basketball game, you can bet on Jason Tatum to score over 20 points, Marcus Smart to hit a couple 3-pointers, and Jaylen Brown to have a couple steals, combined with the Celtics to win. This bet type has proven extremely popular with bettors. FanDuel was the first to market with same game parlays in 2019, building that product innovation in-house. Seeing the popularity, others in the market have gone to third parties to develop versions of same game parlay for themselves. And during that time, as this chart shows, FanDuel's continued to expand its same game parlay offering, extending it to do sports, improving the user interface, increasing the number of types of bets that can be included, continuing to innovate ahead of the field. And we believe the fact that our technology development is all in-house gives us a real leg up on innovation. The product features that users can experience, the ones I've talked about the last couple of slides, are powered by technology and human resources behind the scenes. In FanDuel's case, through our Flutter network of companies, we have access to over a decade of in-house expertise on pricing and risk management. It's the ability to price markets efficiently and manage FanDuel's risk exposure, which in combination permit us to take more bets. This experience creates a number of advantages. We offer consumers more choice, more markets to bet on across the major sports. We offer users more agency, the ability to combine bets the way they want to and to be able to generate a price for them. Our odds are highly competitive with the market, and we're able often in many cases to be a bit faster, both in settling winning bets and ensuring that markets are available. The FanDuel experience and expertise advantages I've discussed today, the best consumer offering, better customer acquisition, retention, and value growth, and an unmatched combination of brand and consumer database, have established FanDuel as the leading operator in the market today, which positions us to bring the most benefit to the Commonwealth of any potential online operator. Our leadership position gives us a scale advantage that will allow us to invest more in product, promotions, and brand to grow the market in the Commonwealth and ensure that the Commonwealth market reaches its full potential. We've demonstrated this ability to grow state markets and generate a material portion of sports betting tax revenue across the country. The last point I want to leave you with is that at FanDuel, one of our core principles is that we win with integrity. We're focused on the long term. We're committed to building a sustainable long-term business and in turn, a long-term sustainable market in Massachusetts, and to do it the right way for both our customers and the citizens of the Commonwealth. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today. I'll look forward to answering questions later. And now I'll turn it over to FanDuel's Chief Financial Officer, David Jennings.
Thank you, Christian, and good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting us to speak with you today. Over the next few minutes, I'm going to share our perspectives on the expected economic benefits of regulation of the online market in Massachusetts, the resultant tax revenue projections arising from regulation, and to give you some color on our expected level of investment within the state. As Corey referenced at the beginning, given commercial sensitivities, this public presentation will not go into granular detail on our commercial business plan for the state, though we'll be happy to discuss the details of our plan with you in private session should you wish us to do so. Before I get into our perspectives on the potential for the Massachusetts market, just a brief comment on the financial strength of FanDuel's parent company, Flutter. Flutter is a London and Dublin listed public company with a market cap today of over $25 billion. The group employs over 16,000 people globally and has to date invested over $5 billion in FanDuel. In the same way that FanDuel is the market leader in the US today, outside of the US, Flutter is the global leader in online sports betting and gaming, with numerous leading brands in regulated markets globally. Its ex-US business is expected to generate EBITDA of between $1.5 and $1.7 billion in 2022. The importance of the US market to Flutter cannot be overstated. In 2022, the US became the largest division within the group from a revenue perspective. And in 2023, we've said to the market that we expect to be the first online operator in the US to be EBITDA profitable for the full year, notwithstanding the large upfront investments we intend to make in Massachusetts and other new states that are going live this year. Our long-term commitment to the US market is absolute. As we consider the opportunity in Massachusetts, the high-level summary is as follows. Firstly, we see excellent scope for the state to generate significant tax revenue from the regulation of online sports betting. This is based on the size of its population, the fact that the state ranks third in terms of GDP per capita, and of course, the fact that the state has a truly passionate sports fan base across all major US sports. I know that RSM have referenced in their work some market size estimates from both Truist and Deutsche. We believe that those forecasts may prove to be overly conservative, with our expectations being closer to those of Eilers and Krejcik, another well-respected gaming consultancy firm. You can see from the chart on the left-hand side that Eilers estimate that the market could be worth over $700 million in gross gaming revenue terms by year 5, with a steady ramp up over the 5-year period. This is consistent with our experience in other states in which we have gone live. Interestingly, based on what we are seeing elsewhere, even states that have been live for over 4 years are continuing to exhibit good growth. Based on these projections, we expect that FanDuel alone will generate over $200 million in tax for the state in the first 5 years of operation. FanDuel's contribution to the state economy will not be limited to tax revenue. While FanDuel will not have retail operations in the state, this does not mean that we will not be investing heavily within the state. On slide 20, we've highlighted what our expected level of investment will be within the local media market. As part of our plan, we anticipate spending over $50 million in local-based media within the first 5 years. This is in addition to our investment in national marketing, both of which help to grow the Massachusetts online market. As you can see, these investments will be made across a wide array of media channels, including TV, radio, team sponsorships, and out-of-home brand building. As we've seen elsewhere, this level of investment prompts competitors to invest heavily also, leading to a thriving and competitive market. In addition, when our sportsbook enters a new state, we host large-scale events within the state to raise awareness of sports betting and our brand using local venues, vendors, and staffing firms. All told, between tax and investment, we believe that FanDuel's contribution to the state will exceed over $250 million in the first 5 years alone. What this ultimately means is that the state will benefit from having a regulated tax market that shifts activity away from unregulated grey market operators and improves consumer protection across the state. My colleague Carolyn Renzen will now speak to you about the specific consumer protection measures that we have in place at FanDuel and why responsible gaming sits at the heart of our sustainable business plan. And I look forward to answering any questions you may have on our business plan in the private session later. In the meantime, I'll now hand you over to Carolyn.
Thank you, David. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you today about FanDuel's commitment to creating a company and an industry dedicated to a safe and entertaining experience for all customers. My name is Carolyn Renzen. I'm FanDuel's Chief Legal and Compliance Officer and a proud Massachusetts native. I have been overseeing our responsible gaming efforts since I joined the company in 2020. As I hope you will appreciate from our discussion today, FanDuel's commitment to RG goes well beyond compliance with laws, rules, and regulations, but is instead a core component of every part of our company and fundamental to how we do business. FanDuel is dedicated to complying with all applicable legal and regulatory requirements with respect to responsible gaming and setting standards for itself and the industry that often go far beyond these requirements. Our efforts and continued learning focus on 3 areas. First, our employees. We believe that every employee at FanDuel is responsible for the safety of our customers. From hire, new employees learn in our code of conduct that customer well-being comes first, and dedication to responsible gaming is critical to our mission. At onboarding, every employee attests to our RG policy that details their individual role in ensuring that our commitment to RG is put into action every day. Within a month of hire and then annually, employees are trained and tested on RG. And every year, the global bonus pool for employee bonuses requires that both a financial target and an RG target or metric be achieved by the company in order to trigger the employee bonus pool. We also focus, of course, on our customers. Customers who cannot play safely are not permitted to play with FanDuel. We conduct ongoing risk reviews to find and assess potentially at-risk customers. We limit or suspend play in line with the risk, and we provide tools and education to enable customers to manage their own play safely. Finally, we focus on the industry. Our goal is to lead the industry in responsible gaming. We want to help everybody better understand the risks, better manage the risks, and continue to get smarter and set standards in this critical area. RG at FanDuel impacts the entire company, the way we operate, how our product works, how we make money, how we engage with our customers, how we market ourselves, and how we drive progress. We designed our RG governance to match this concept. All RG strategic decisions require consideration and alignment by our RG Steerco, which is made up of every member of our executive team. We also have an RG team that is a dedicated team of approximately 15 experts who partner with a large number of individuals from other parts of the company to collaborate on our approach to RG from various angles. If you could flip, thanks. We do our very best to identify and assess potentially at-risk customers and limit their play or remove them from our platform if we feel they cannot engage safely with our products. Potentially at-risk play is recognized and escalated through two channels at FanDuel. One, employees are trained to spot behavioral flags, and those are employees who interact directly with our customers, those in our VIP team, our customer service team, our retail teams, our risk and trading team, our fraud team, and our anti-money laundering team. We also have designed analytics and tools that are trained to spot potentially risky wagering patterns in the data itself. Once that data of potentially risky individuals is escalated, we have a team of trained professionals who are designed to conduct a holistic review of all available information to assign a risk to these customers. And once that work has been done, we conduct a disposition of the customer. Every review is done based on the facts and involves judgment, but facts are evaluated against a predetermined risk scale for consistency of approach to outcome. But one thing that we have as a policy and are committed to is that we err on the side of customer safety every single time. FanDuel also provides proactive tools, education, and information aimed to help our customers manage play in a healthy and sustainable way. This includes customer-facing teams providing face-to-face customer education around playing responsibly. We have in-app RG tools that our product team will show you later on today that enable our customers to manage their own play. We have in-app, on-air, and other RG educational materials that attempt to normalize playing safely and using our tools to play well. We have an RG interstitial that we rolled out before the NFL kickoff last fall, and that reminds customers about safe play. This goes out to all new employees on FanDuel's app and to all customers aged 21 to 25. We also launched The System this year. It was an RG commercial focused on safer play and our responsible gaming tools, and it aired more than 10,000 times in 2022. We also have developed and continue to enhance our RG tool tutorial videos showcasing how easy it is to set limits within our product. All of these efforts here to promote safe play are just the beginning. We continue to innovate in this space, just as Christian talked about how we innovate across our product. FanDuel also seeks to collaborate with the industry to raise RG standards. In 2021, FanDuel was the first US operator to offer users who exclude themselves on our website a free subscription to Gamban, which is the most comprehensive gambling blocking software, and it can prohibit access to over 15,000 sites on up to 15 devices. Also in 2021, FanDuel was the first operator to join the American Gaming Association's Have a Game Plan public service campaign, and we made multi-million-dollar commitment of our media inventory as well as league and team assets to direct them toward responsible gaming messaging. In 2022, FanDuel launched our RG Ambassador program, where we engage with external advocates to raise awareness and promote RG education and RG normalcy in the market. Sports media personality Craig Carton and professional boxer Amanda Serrano currently serve as our RG ambassadors, and we hope to continue to grow that program. In September of this year, we held our first Playwell Day, which was an opportunity to stop across the company doing what we normally do and focus exclusively on RG. Our goals with Playwell Day are to educate, engage, and celebrate with employees and partners our shared commitment to raising the bar around RG. We plan to continue to host an annual Playwell Day and look forward to expanding its reach within the industry. In September of 2022, FanDuel helped lead a group of operators to establish a 12-point pledge to key principles of responsible online gaming, with the aim of raising the bar across the industry. FanDuel is also committed to building robust partnerships with RG-focused nonprofit partners to support RG research and advocacy. We recognize Massachusetts as a leader in this space and have collaborated with research professionals from the Commonwealth as we continue to design and enhance our RG strategy. And we hope to continue to engage with you in this area. We hope that these efforts and more to come will help lead us to a safe and sustainable industry for years to come. And with that, I will turn you over to Keita Young, our Senior Director of DE&I.
Good morning. My name is Keita Young, and I am the new head of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I bring to FanDuel 8 years of diversity experience at one of the largest financial institutions in the world, where my responsibilities included the development and implementation of a global diversity strategy. I came to FanDuel 3 months ago, excited to take on this new established role and lead FanDuel's strategy around DE&I. At FanDuel, DE&I is and will continue to be a strategic priority. We are committed to creating a workplace where all differences, perspectives, and experiences are valued and appreciated for the betterment of the company and for this industry. FanDuel aims to bring about positive change to increase racial, ethnic, gender, as well as other diversity representation, with an emphasis at the leadership levels throughout FanDuel. So I'm going to discuss today where we have made significant investments and where we will place our focus in 2023. There are 3 areas I will touch upon with respect to our significant investments. First being championing DE&I through leadership. Through the Positive Impact Plan, our global strategy under our parent company, we are focused on DE&I through 4 pillars: gender, multicultural, LGBTQIA+, and accessibility. All these pillars have global senior executive advocates aligned to them to ensure accountability and directive focus from senior leadership to bring about impactful, sustainable changes throughout our organizations. Our very own CEO, Amy Howe, the only female CEO in this industry, serves as a global advocate for the gender pillar. Moreover, we are proud to report that we are the only US operator with 45% female representation in our C-suite. In addition to the female representation at the C-suite level, FanDuel hired me as their first DE&I officer, and I report to the Chief People Officer. My remit is to enhance and improve a diversity strategy around attracting, hiring, and retaining diverse employees, as well as getting our leaders aligned and committed to a standard of set of principles and values that we continue to drive the D&I strategy forward and create lasting change. We have developed curated programs to address and overcome challenges our underrepresented employees face at all levels of the organization. For example, we have the Women's Leadership Development Program for emerging and senior female leaders. We have lean-in circles. We have dedicated mentoring, and we've implemented learning plans around diversity, equity, and inclusion. Second, I'd like to discuss our partnership with diverse organizations. We have several partnerships with diverse organizations and hope to establish relationships with other local, state, and national organizations committed to the development and promotion of DE&I. We leverage these relationships to accelerate our attraction of diverse talent, to accelerate our diverse recruitment efforts, to provide developmental opportunities for our employees, and demonstrate our investment in the communities that we serve. I would like to highlight some examples for you today. Our partnership with UNCF. We've invested over $2 million supporting students at historically Black colleges and universities in Virginia and Maryland. These investments were made after we launched in these states. Part of these investments include summer internships for students to learn more about FanDuel, the industry, and career opportunities here. We have a partnership with WISE, Women in Sports and Events. This is the premier leading organization and resource for women in the business of sports. We have a partnership with Code Clan, Afrocheck, the premier tech investing and wealth platform building for those in the Black community. We have a partnership with the Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers, which is the nation's largest association dedicated to fostering Hispanic leadership in the STEM field. And we've also implemented dedicated recruiting efforts with several HBCUs, including Spelman, Morehouse, and Clark Atlanta University. Third, I'd like to touch upon our investment in supporting and amplifying the voices of our diverse employees. So we have 4 established, robust employee resource groups. TUI for our female employees, BOLD for our Black employees, SPEAK for our Asian and Pacific American employees, and the Outfield for our LGBTQIA+ employees. And we also have interest growing in forming around our veterans community and our Latino community. FanDuel has really made great progress and it's continuously striving to do more. So what's our focus for 2023? We will continue to foster and enhance an inclusive ecosystem for all of our employees, as well as developing and implementing a diverse supplier strategy. We will continue to focus on attracting and hiring diverse talent from a range of backgrounds to greater diversify our employee base. We are redefining our processes around this. We will focus on enhancing our talent management process to identify and develop all internal talent. And lastly, we will focus on creating greater DE&I awareness and having all employees join and getting involved in our diversity journey. With our commitment of senior leadership, a new head of DE&I, and a formalized diversity strategy, we expect to bring more impactful change in the DE&I space at FanDuel and beyond. Thank you. I think I'm turning it over to Corey.
Thank you, Kita. I'm going to talk about our tech expertise and reliability, as well as some of the geolocation and KYC approaches FanDuel takes. In the 4.5 years since FanDuel launched our first mobile sports wagering application in New Jersey, we have developed our own proprietary end-to-end sports wagering system. Our Chief Technology Officer, who will be here later to answer questions, could probably identify hundreds of component pieces of this bespoke system, but at the highest level, there are 2 pieces: the betting system and the account and wallet. The betting system includes our product catalog, pricing, bet building and placements, and the other components you see here. The account and wallet includes know your customer, authentication, geolocation, responsible gaming tools, and deposits and withdrawals. Both systems have been repeatedly tested and certified by GLI and the other jurisdictions where we operate. It is absolutely critical that we know where our customers are located and who our customers are. This is an important state regulation in the states where we offer wagering products, but it's also crucial for compliance with federal law, including both the Wire Act and the Bank Secrecy Act, our ability to protect our customers by keeping prohibited players off the platform, and our ability to detect fraud. For geolocation, we use the gold standard in the industry, GeoComply. GeoComply goes far beyond simply using the location services on your mobile device or computer to ensure that users are in a permitted location when they place a wager. Know Your Customer also ensures that the person who is registering is one, a real person, and two, over the age they need to be 21 in Massachusetts. We use integrated third-party KYC providers such as LexisNexis, Ideology, and Aristotle to check the validity of the information provided. For those with limited information in the public records, we have an additional provider that validates government-issued identification cards. All of this information is used by our dedicated financial crimes compliance team to detect money laundering, as well as our fraud team to detect any efforts to circumvent our controls. We'll walk you through our Know Your Customer process in a few minutes during the product demonstration. We also take the stability and the security of our platform very seriously. We have a Chief Information Security Officer who leads a team that's daily mission is to protect the data of our users. We have comprehensive information security controls. We have distributed denial of service protection, bot mitigation platforms, and continuous vulnerability assessments in place. Overall, we've been successful. Despite the attacks on platforms in our industry, we've had a 99.8% platform uptime. I'll hand it back to Carolyn to discuss suitability.
Apologies with that. One of FanDuel's principles, and Christian mentioned it earlier, is winning with integrity. And this is ingrained in everything that we do. Our code of conduct, our performance management, our compensation structure, and everything in between. It's all founded on winning with integrity. And we take this principle extremely seriously as we design our operating model. It means that in everything we do, we're aiming to win, but we're only interested in winning if we can do it the right way. So what is the right way? It means that in everything every employee does every day, FanDuel expects that employee to do it in a way that would make all of us and our customers and our regulators proud. When we design our annual strategic plan as a company, one of the key pillars ties directly to winning with integrity, and that is that FanDuel aims to be the most trusted brand in the industry. And for us, trust includes the trust of our customers, the trust of our regulators, the trust of the public, and the trust of our employees. When I think about the role of compliance at FanDuel, I hearken back to when I was hired, and I was charged with building a compliance function the right way, with the right resources and with an effective culture of compliance. So our program design is based on the Department of Justice's guidance on an effective compliance program. In our journey of building an effective compliance program, we've hired talent who are best in class, many coming from the financial services industries and others coming from highly regulated industries. Our program focuses on enabling effective legal and regulatory compliance. We have a governance, risk, and controls team who focuses on issue management, monitoring and testing of our controls, policies, and procedures. As Corey mentioned, we have a robust financial crimes program that focuses on anti-money laundering and anti-bribery and corruption, among other things. We also have conduct and integrity programs focusing on our code of conduct, our employee play policy, and making sure that prohibited customers are staying off of our platform. We have a very robust regulatory team. Corey is on that team, and that involves reporting, data reporting, and incident reporting, regulatory audits, marketing compliance, investigations, incident management, and licensing, to name a few of the areas of coverage. With respect to how we engage with our regulators, we focus on transparency and partnership. We aim to partner with our regulators to problem solve together and to build an effective and meaningful and open relationship. My rule of thumb, and I say to the team all the time, is that the regulators will know what I would want to know when I would want to know it. We never hide the ball. We always report issues early, and we work with urgency to address them to satisfaction. As you know, this is a new industry with new product and tech and lots of complexity. We make mistakes, but we always own them. Another one of our core principles, along with winning with integrity, is owning the outcome. And we've embedded structural governance within the company that enable us internally to share with one another the things that we've gotten wrong, conduct robust after action reviews, follow through on closing gaps. We conduct lots of lessons learned training, and we have executive oversight on trends, patterns, and learning so that we are always getting better. Our governance is also structured that way to enable executive transparency. Up through to Flutter, we have internal governance structures that focus on risk management, including FanDuel's Risk and Compliance Committee, which I chair, Flutter's Executive Risk Committee, on which I sit. We hold quarterly compliance reviews with both Flutter and FanDuel, and we discussed earlier our RG steering committee that focuses exclusively on the risks around RG. These are all designed to focus on strategic decisions, problem solving, and to really enable full transparency and oversight to our executive team. We take compliance at FanDuel extremely seriously, and we know that it is key to creating a sustainable company and a sustainable industry for everybody. So with that, I will turn it back to Corey, and of course, happy to answer questions on suitability at a later time.
Thank you, Carolyn. And it's now time for the fun part. We get to do the product demonstration. We have Billy Turchin, our Senior Vice President for Product, and Connor Farron, also a Senior Vice President for Product, here to walk you through sign up, KYC, deposit, placing a wager, and more. So I'll hand it over to Billy.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. Billy Turchin here, Senior Vice President of Core Products, and I'm going to begin the demo with a journey through sign up, depositing, account management, and our responsible gaming tools. So let me switch sharing, if I may, to my phone. We'll do a live demo from my cell phone. Let's see. Broadcast to Zoom has stopped. All right, let's try this again. This is our first time using HD meeting for sharing on a mobile device.
This is where we like to just add a little element of additional challenge to today, Mr. Turchin. I believe, look, you're there faster than we anticipated. There you go.
It wouldn't be a live demo without a little sweat. Okay, so we're going to begin with a sign-up journey, and I'm going to do this in a test environment using a fictitious person, because to sign up in the real world goes through the rigor of our KYC checks and requires a real identity. And then I will switch to the real production environment to show the rest of the demo. So we're going to begin with the account creation screen. Here we will require a unique email address for every account. We will also require a unique username and the unique identity of the individual. So a single account is only one account allowed per real person with a unique email, with a unique username. And we have configurability around the requirements needed for a password. So look at that. Okay, so now I've created an account and I'm going to begin. Ignore a GeoComply check in a test environment. You'll see that work for real here in a moment. I'm going to begin with giving the personal information needed to verify the identity of the user. We do ask for title. This is something we are currently actively looking at making an optional field. So I'm going to begin with the name. Then I will give the patron's birthday.
Billy, while you're doing that, I just wanted to check with the commissioners to make sure that they can see the screen okay. It's a little bit squished for some people.
This is Commissioner Hill. I can see it perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you for checking. Right, now I'm going to ask for birthday and phone number, and then we get to address. We do have a smart address picker capability, which makes things very convenient for the customer and ensures more accuracy of the address information. For this demo, I'm giving a fictitious address that doesn't actually exist in the real world. So I'm going to type it in the old-fashioned way. All right, and now the last part is the collection of the last 4 digits of Social Security number. If we fail to locate somebody due to the information, we can give them another try and ask for the full 9-digit social. We also have the capability to do an automated ID scan where we use a third party to do a variety of checks to ensure the legitimacy of the ID, and then we can use that information to further identify the individual. We also have the ability to enable 2-factor authentication. I won't do that here, but you'll see that when I log into my other account here in just a moment. And then finally, the acceptance of terms and conditions. And as mentioned earlier, we do have a single account across all products, across all states. And we do have the sophistication to recognize that people do travel, and we must accept different terms and conditions based on where they are, or change other behaviors within the application based on the jurisdiction that they are operating in. Oh, and then I got a duplicate here. So you've seen the flow. This is a test environment, so somebody else probably did the demo around the same time I did. But you've seen what the sign-up flow looks like, and we did detect a duplicate account here, which is another capability that we have. So now I will switch to the actual FanDuel Sportsbook application here in New York. And I will begin. You'll see that we have Face ID enabled. My account does have 2-factor authentication. A text message was just sent to me, which I can auto-populate before I'm able to log in. And the geolocation check was done to also verify the validity of my location with those enhanced checks. Now I'm logged into FanDuel Sportsbook. I'm going to go to my account menu, and I will walk you through the options here from the top to the bottom, and I'm going to begin with a deposit. This is our new deposit screen, and you'll see here as I scroll that we have quite a breadth of options available for people to choose how they would like to do their payment with us. We've also separated out debit card from credit card as options here, and in jurisdictions like yours where credit cards will not be allowed, we have the capability to completely turn that off. You'll also see here that I have a pre-saved deposit method of a debit card that I've used previously, which is available for fast and easy access at the top of the screen. So for a quick deposit demo, I'm actually going to use Apple Pay. Apple Pay is one of our newest deposit methods, and it's growing rapidly in adoption because it's quite fast and easy for customers to use. And I'm able to use Apple Pay with a debit card, not just with a credit card. So here I will do an Apple Pay deposit with a debit card. Very quick and easy. Another geolocation check was done at the moment of deposit, and that money's been deposited into my account. And we also have a prompt here towards our responsible gaming tools, which I will show in a moment. So just as easy as deposit, I'm able to do a withdrawal. You'll see a very familiar design of the screen, also with a wide variety of options and the ability to look at pending and recent transactions, which of course I can also see a full statement of on another screen. Again, that saved debit card method. This is our most rapidly growing withdrawal method in debit card because it's very convenient for customers and fast to receive their funds. For this demo, I'll quickly just show Venmo deposit into my Venmo account. I'll take the $10 and withdraw it out. And just like that, I've done a withdrawal. Each of those deposits and withdrawals will undergo our rigor of geolocation, fraud checks, and whatnot at each of those moments. So now I'll quickly continue down the account screen and highlight some of the capabilities that we have for managing a customer account here. I'm able to look at my transaction history, like those deposits and withdrawals that I've just done. I can electronically receive my tax forms, which will be coming up very soon for customers. I can look at a full player activity statement and look at my activity across our products and the wagering activity that I have done. And I'm able to manage account settings. This includes things like changing my contact information or enabling two-factor authentication. Continuing down, we have our responsible gaming section, beginning with an introductory video into FanDuel's responsible gaming. And then you'll see here that we have quite a wide variety of tools available for customers to be able to safely manage their play. Customers can set global limits, and we apply limits across the different products and the different states in which customers interact with us. So setting a limit in one jurisdiction can be applied over to others. Customers are allowed to have concurrent limits, and we will always apply the most restrictive one. And we will introduce cool-off periods if customers set a limit and then want to change to a higher level. There will be a cool-off period before they're able to do that. So customers may set deposit limits, wager, size of wager, the time that they're allowed to interact with the platform. There's some limits specific to our fantasy products for fantasy contests, and we have how-to videos available on how to use each of these tools. Customers may also set a timeout and set a timeout between 3 and 365 days on temporarily stopping use of our tools, as well as they can fully self-exclude, and we integrate with each jurisdiction's self-exclusion databases. And similar to the limits, we of course apply those across. So if somebody were to exclude in one jurisdiction, we will honor that in another jurisdiction as well. And then we have links to additional information for customers about managing their play, including links to problem gambling. Yes, is there a question?
Excuse me for interrupting. Before we go on to the next page, if you could go back. Commissioners, I don't know, during the technology, we have been asking a few questions. So my apologies for interrupting cadence, but if any commissioner has a question, I'll yield.
Thank you, Chair. This is Commissioner O'Brien. I did want to actually ask, so the limit on the app feature, which came up with another applicant, which I'm very intrigued by. Can you go into that and just go into that a little bit more in depth in terms of what's offered?
Yeah. So for example, here on a deposit limit, I'm able to set a daily, weekly, or monthly limit on deposit total. And again, we will enforce the most strict if you do have concurrent limits in place.
I'm actually talking about the time limit on the app.
See? Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
So in the time limit, I'm able to set a daily limit on the amount of time that I can play. We don't currently have the feature to set specific hours during the day that you're allowed to play. This is something that has actively been discussed. So, if I, for example, wanted to say between 6 and 10 p.m., that's something we're looking into. But currently, you can set a total number of hours.
In a 24-hour period on like a military clock, huh?
Yep, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner O'Brien, just to follow up, the time limits different from the cooling off period. So I think then, Mr. Church, if we could go to the cooling off period, one of the questions that's come up about a regulation that we've adopted is whether or not, for responsible gaming purposes, our applicants give notice of a pending or upcoming relief from a previously set cooling off period. So I don't know if you could go to your page on cooling off.
Let's see, yes. So if I were to set a timeout.
Timeout, yes, thank you.
Yep. So I can set a 3 to 365 day timeout, take a break period. To the question about receiving notice about the end of that, I'm not sure. I know that you made Carolyn on. Do you know the answer to that question?
It doesn't look like you provide that, right?
We do not give affirmative notice. What happens is customers can call our customer service and say, my timeout has lapsed, at which point we do a full responsible gaming check before anything is instituted. Corey, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that's right. It's for the obvious reason that we're not calling them back to the site. They are welcome to come back after the period has elapsed.
Yeah, this has been very helpful. It gives us a little bit of insight on our own regulations that we might reconsider that. Okay, so thank you. And then this is just personal curiosity because I'm guessing what it might do, but parental controls, if you could show me if I'm.
Yeah, parental controls is an informational section.
That's what I figured.
Yeah, I'll show that to you. So we do, as mentioned earlier, thorough KYC checks to ensure the age of the patron. So we feel quite confident in that capability. Beyond that, we have information here, advising customers that they do have the ability to install parental control software if they have a shared computer in a home that may be shared between an adult and minors in order to further restrict activity that minors may be doing on a shared device.
Thank you. I appreciate
and if our
that.
customer service team receives any notice, where they're trained to handle cases of accounts that may have been used by a minor.
Great, very helpful. And then I'm very interested in seeing reality check too, please.
Of course. So reality check is a prompt that happens within the experience while you're actively engaging with the product. It's sort of a reminder that will prompt you with the amount of time and the amount of wagering that has occurred during that time period. And the customer can set the occurrence at which the reality check happens. We also adhere to, of course, the jurisdiction's requirements on when a reality check must happen.
So the player can set it at a longer notification. Can they just disengage it altogether?
No, not if the jurisdiction requires it. So if the player can do a more frequent, but cannot, of course, change beyond the minimum required by the jurisdiction. So if the jurisdiction said every 30 minutes, it has to be at least every 30 minutes. A customer can potentially do 15 minutes if they so choose.
Billy, I'll just add, depending on the jurisdiction, it's sort of a related concept that several of them require us to log you out at specific intervals. And so you may be logged out every 15 or 30 minutes, depending on the jurisdiction as well.
You happen to know which jurisdictions require the reality check and or the log out? Or even just a couple examples?
I believe both New Jersey and Connecticut require those, for instance.
Okay, thanks.
It's an interesting issue because there's a tension as to having the player take responsibility and have choice, right, versus automatic. So thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just add something to this conversation? This is Commissioner Hill. And when you were showing us the parental control screen, something popped up, or a red flag popped up that I think I know the answer to, but I just want to hear it from you folks. So when you have an age differential, so for example, I saw age 18 for fantasy sports, but I saw 21 for sports booking. I'm assuming your three platforms work with each other to know who's 21 and who's 18 when that user is on your platform. Is that an accurate statement?
That's accurate. I'll also say, and I apologize, I should have this off the top of my head, but I believe Massachusetts is actually 21 plus for daily fantasy as well. So it's a little less applicable in the Commonwealth, but in other jurisdictions, they may allow daily fantasy at 18 and sports wagering at 21.
But we do allow horse betting at 18.
Oh, right. So it would implement that at that age. Yes.
And the technology is pretty good in that scheme.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
I think the point, it goes back
Corey.
to the KYC section that I was describing earlier, where if we know who you are, we know your date of birth, and then we can apply the rules correctly.
Okay. I thought that would be the answer, but I wanted to hear it from you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Church.
Any further questions for me on the account section of the demo, or I will hand it over to my colleague.
I did interrupt you. You were going to go on the next page. Is that when you were turning it over?
Yeah, I was, exactly. I was about to turn it over anyway.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I will now hand over to my colleague Connor to walk through more of the wagering experience.
Thanks, Billy. If you could just unshare, I'll share. Sorry, I'm just having the same challenges as Billy here.
Now, to Mr. Turchin's point and yours, we adopted HD meeting March 14th, 2020, and it has worked flawlessly for us. We have never encountered anyone else who uses it. So we expect this kind of experience, but apparently it really is very much Zoom. It's just a little bit different.
Scroll down to HD.
Bingo.
Yeah, that's
Thank you. Thankfully, Billy's sitting beside me.
Thank you.
So there we go.
There it is.
Okay, thank you for your patience. So this is New York State as well. I'm in a logged in state. And firstly, I'm SVP of Sports Product and Pricing. So among other things, I manage the sports product management team. So I'm going to, Billy covered most of what we're going to cover today or demo today. I'm going to run you through the navigation and some bet placements. It's a live demo, so do feel free to interject. And if I'm going too fast or slow, just let me know. So I guess firstly with the navigation, like any e-commerce site, we're trying to get customers to where they want to go quickly and make it easy to use. So the first thing we have along the top is kind of quick links to things that are common areas of the site that customers like to visit. So you can just see there's one live betting event in the state of New York at the moment, so not much. And then you can look at the offers right next to it. So I'll click on that. So you can see the promotions that are active on a given day if a customer wants to check that and see if they're interested in participating. Odds Boost is something, it's an enhanced odds offer. It's next. That on a given day, we typically offer some everyday value to customers on an important event that day, or the one with the most kind of one of the most betting interests. So you can see what the odds were prior to being boosted and what they are now. So a sense of value given to the customers. Then you really just have a bunch of quick links to sports that are popular. Obviously that changes by time of year. There's learn to bet on the end, so 101, so a little bit of assistance for people who are a bit less experienced maybe. So for example, same game parlay. What is a same game parlay? A bit more about that in a video on how to place the bets and kind of what it all means. There's lots of material in there for customers to onboard themselves. And then I guess the other forms of navigation, you can see the thing moving in the middle right now. We call that pills. So the homepage can be quite long, and if you're going through it like that, it can be, not as quick as just using the pills. So if you want to go to NHL, for example, click NHL, it just jumps you to that part of the page. If you want to go to local, so we tend to localize in most states. So we kind of surface games that are of interest to New York punters in New York. And, obviously that would be different in the Commonwealth to orient toward the local teams. But just jumping back to the top of the page, that's really how the pills work. Finally, then along the bottom bar, you can see all sports. I'm about to click that now. That just gives an exhaustive list of all the sports that are available in the state of New York. So if a customer wants to find some cricket things to bet on, they can do that as well. You also then have My Bets section along the bottom, which shows you both settled bets and active bets. So you can flip between the two. We'll come back to that section in a bit. And then what Billy already showed you, which is the account section, which is kind of the administrative part of the site for customers who want to change personal details, use responsible gambling tools, deposit, withdraw, etc. The other, I suppose, navigation, but it's also, merchandising. This is what we call the carousel. So we use this to highlight events that are on today, or to highlight promotions that are live, or to raise awareness about, other products and services that we offer. So you can see we're highlighting the fact that you can bet on racing through one of our apps. And then we have some content that we have on our FanDuel TV channel that we can show to customers. And then we've free to play games that require no stake from a customer, but they can potentially win prizes. So I guess that's really the navigation. I'll get to place most common types of bets now, if that's okay. So there's a few types of bets, you'll have heard them. There's a straight bet, so it's just betting on one thing. There's a live bet, so I'll demo that if we can. And then there's traditional parlay, which is just making selections from different events and parlaying them together. And then there's a same game parlay, which is a newer innovation, and I'll talk you through that. And then we have a thing called the same game parlay plus. So I'll quite quickly go through placing each of those bets. And again, if there's something particular you would like to see, feel free to interject. So let's say I think Georgia are going to win easily today. Maybe I place $1 on that, placing the bet now. And you can see that that bet has been placed. I can share that bet, or I can reuse the selection, keep it in the slip, but I'm just going to click done. So it tells me what the wager was, the odds were, and how much I'm going to win if it wins. In my bets, then you can see cash out is available on that I just bet on. So cash out is kind of a service that all bookmakers offer now, which more or less keeps the bet alive throughout its life cycle. So we're more or less offering to buy the bet back off a customer at any given point in time for a value that's shown. So at the moment, we're offering to buy this bet that I just placed for $1 back for $1. So if I cash that out, that's cashed out. You can see I returned $1, and that's back onto my balance. That's how cash out works. So a traditional parlay. Oh, actually, one thing I forgot in the search, in the navigation, let me go back there a sec, is just as I think about NBA, if you know where you want to go, the quickest way to get there is to just go through the search, and it'll take you into the game you were specifically looking for. Or so sorry, that was just one thing I forgot to show in navigation. So a traditional parlay, if you're selecting things from different games and you're going to parlay them together, you can open the bet slip, place your parlay, and that bet is placed. For a live bet, since we do have one game, I guess I'll place one of those. So we have, odds suspended. Let's come back to that one. Okay, so a same game parlay is where you're betting on selections in the same event. So you are, why this is more complex than traditional parlays. With traditional parlays, you multiply the odds of the selection together, A by B by C, to give you the payout. With same game parlay, the selections are highly correlated often. So, for example, if LeBron James is going to score over 30 points, it is more likely that the Lakers are going to win that game. Therefore, if you bet on LeBron over 30 points and the Lakers to win, it's not A multiplied by B, it's slightly less than that. But if you bet on LeBron over 30 points, but the opposition to win, it's not A by multiplied by B either, it's actually more than that. And that's what kind of makes same game parlay a little more complex and a little different. Not all operators offer it. We kind of brought it to the market, and we do it all in-house. So it's something that is a nice feature for our customers. But for example, if we want to select some players, just quite quickly selecting some things here, and we want to say, parlay some of these together. Those 4 selections, I can now place the same game parlay on that. If I want, I can use bonus funds that are available by clicking the toggle. So let's use $1 worth of bonus funds. And that's placed. And then a same game parlay plus, which you'll hear referred to, it's when you parlay a same game parlay into selections in other events. So not just within the same event. So for example, if we place, if we select 2 things in this event, and then also a couple of things in this event, we can place all those together as a 4-leg parlay, which is what we call a same game parlay plus. So really it's just giving customer flexibility. They don't really need to know the name of the products. It's just from their perspective, it's the flexibility to bet quite easily across different games. That's really the bet placement demonstration, sorry. And I'm happy to take any questions or requests.
Commissioners, questions? All set.
Okay. So if there aren't any questions, I think that's the end of our affirmative presentation. We appreciate everyone's time this morning. We respectfully request that the Commission grant Betfair Interactive, doing business as FanDuel Sportsbook, a Category 3 mobile sports wagering license, and issue a temporary finding of suitability. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. So at this juncture, we wish to thank everyone for their contribution today and the clarity of the presentation. We also appreciate the technology demonstration, so thank you. At this juncture, we would typically turn to our in-house specialist, and I'm just looking to see if they are on board at this moment. Commissioners, I think ideally it might make sense to hear from them before we break. That makes sense? Okay, I'm seeing nods. Crystal, do you see if we have our folks from GLI? Yeah, there we do.
Sorry, my mute. I do see, yes, I think we have everyone.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so commissioners, if it makes sense, it's 11:15 if we have this presentation, and then if we need to have a break before we go into our section analysis, we'll navigate that.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Oh,
Should I go for here or?
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. I see you now, so I'll just I'll do a quick introduction. So we're going to hear from Gaming Laboratories International on everything technical, and then we'll follow up with IEB on their suitability report. and then the financial and economic analysis from RSM. And so I'll have Joe Benedict introduce himself, but I always like to give a little plug to GLI so that folks know if they haven't been tuning in. GLI was the first to write and set gaming technical standards, which are now considered to be the industry benchmark worldwide. GLI has continuously responded to the industry by innovating new standards in testing and allowing regulators to feel confident that they are providing a safe, responsible method of revenue generation for their stakeholders and preserving integrity. And we appreciate GLI's ongoing assistance. Good morning, Joe and Gabe.
Good morning. My name is Joe Spano, Director of Client Solutions, GLI. I'm actually going to pass the presentation over to Gabe Benedict, Account Executive at GLI today. Before I do that, I have just kind of an interesting anecdote. It was a good 12 or 13 years ago. I met a Mr. Nigel Eccles at a conference, and I actually still chat with him. He was one of the founders of FanDuel back when probably it was a company of 10 people. So random anecdote, I still chat with him on Twitter and kept in touch over a decade long. He'll know me as his Joe Tall if anybody actually does talk to him. So, okay, and with that, I'll hand it over to Gabe Benedict.
Good morning, and thanks again for having us, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. As Joe just alluded, I am Gabe Benedict, and I am your representative for Massachusetts. I am the Client Solutions Executive here with GLI. So I'm here to give you all an overview of the submittal, certification, and verification process regarding mobile applications and other digital platforms that are approved by the Commission. The submittal preparation includes the following. If it is a platform we are familiar with, the modification list from the last submission to the one or more jurisdictions will be requested and reviewed to set the project plan for Massachusetts, considering any changes to the platform and all specific Massachusetts rules and regulations. If the product is new to the lab, we will review the technology architect documentation, which is a complete, comprehensive, and technically accurate description and explanation of the sports wagering systems. This includes a description of all hardware devices and virtual servers, a description of all server and client software modules, including the software versions, and also the layout of all the network communications between the various software and hardware modules. An explanation of all third-party integrated systems. Post the technical documentation review, the critical files regarding compliance will be identified and documented. Then a complete project plan is put in place, taking into account the unique architect and design of the platform and the specific MGC rules and regulations. The lab will run a supervised compilation of the source files, the signature of those files, and the complication steps and the signatures of the compiled code. Once complete, the source code will be submitted for testing in a locked down environment. GLI will then review the player account management platform, also known as PAM, for registration, age, identification, verification, account controls, payments, reporting, responsible gaming controls, required disclosures, and geolocation. Geolocation testing commences in two parts. A field test to verify borders through sampling along the entire border while completing edge case technical tests. The field test would also cover any other restricted areas defined by the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. A submersive workaround detection will commence in the lab, including but not limited to VPN and proxy usage, GPS spoofing, code manipulation, and man-in-the-middle attacks. GLI will verify the sportsbook in total, if not tested previously for the retail deployment, or review the integration of the sportsbook into the PAM for events, markets, point spreads, bet acceptance, and the corresponding timestamps and logging. We'll also verify the enforcement of betting limits in all edge cases, verify the pre-event live data feeds, post-event bet settling, the corresponding timestamps and logging and reporting. We will review the change management process and procedures. And then after all the technical checkoffs are met, certifications can be issued when GLI verifies the changes made for Massachusetts specific deployments, including source code differential and change testing to the last reviewed version. And GLI has evaluated that the product has met all the Massachusetts specific requirements. And then after certifications are issued and the MGC accepts them, field verification will be conducted in conjunction with Massachusetts Gaming Commission. This procedure will be finalized in the upcoming weeks, and during that time, the following will commence. A verification at the production server, verify critical file signatures, we'll do reviews of internal controls for procedures to operate the book, check technology for configurations such as proper setup of roles and user rights assignment, and potentially interview key personnel to ensure they know and will follow procedures from the internal controls. And then at this point, they will have met the technical requirements for operations of a sportsbook in the Commonwealth. That's all.
Commissioners, any questions for Gabe on this process? Okay, then we will turn now to our own IEB on the suitability report. And there we are. There's Councillor Hall on cue. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you, and apologies for being a little bit delayed there. So we do have the IEB report that was submitted regarding its review for preliminary suitability of this applicant, Betfair Interactive US, LLC, doing business as FanDuel Sportsbook. This applicant is seeking a Category 3 untethered sports wagering license. And as you all know, the IEB performed this review for preliminary suitability in accordance with the standards and criteria set forth in 205 CMR 215.01 subsection 2. We did not perform a full suitability investigation. And as a precursor to the review, the licensing division, in conjunction with the IEB, performed a scoping review of the applicant under section 5B of chapter 23N and identified 6 entities and 4 individuals. Those qualifiers are listed on page 1 and 2 of the report. And I also just want to quickly note, there was an ownership percentage that was reflected in error with respect to one of the entities. The applicant has asked for confidentiality on those particular percentages, and we're happy to note that error in an executive session if that's what the commission decides, but I did want to flag that for you. And now with respect to the deficiencies, the licensing division has performed a review of the submission for deficiencies. There have been communications over some pieces. For example, I spoke with the chief of the licensing division, and she indicated that they did not submit tax certifications for the entity qualifiers. So I know there's been some communication over that. Now, with respect to the team that was comprised of contract investigators, including former members of the State Police Gaming Enforcement Unit and contract investigators from the firm of RSM, and that was all with respect to the preliminary report, and we all worked together with the collaboration and oversight of the IEB. And the review for preliminary suitability, there was a summary of the licensing status in other jurisdictions, which I know you've all seen in the report. Also a summary of the compliance history, and also a reference to an exhibit that the applicant provided that had a more fulsome description of the compliance history, in addition to the litigation history and a summary of open source review that was done by the investigators. And I would also just make a note of one other error that I learned about this morning from the applicant. And with respect to the paragraph on page 10, there was reference to the website betfair.com, which was our understanding was the website for this particular applicant. But it's my understanding, I learned just a little while ago, that website is actually pertains to a different sister company that's under the ultimate parent. But I will defer certainly to the applicant with respect to any differences in terms of the actual website that brings the customers to the actual applicant. So with respect to financial suitability, The preliminary financial suitability review was from a team of RSM in conjunction with our Chief of Financial Investigations and other members of our Financial Investigations team. And as you know, that is at Exhibit 1. And RSM reviewed the disclosed financial information of the applicant. And I know that we do have representatives from RSM here today, as well as investigator Kevin Murphy, to answer any questions that the commission may have. And I will certainly be here and available as well. And with that, I think that's the end of my prepared remarks.
Councillor Hall, the correction on the website page, they aren't enumerated, but I think I found page 10. Can you just?
Yes, it's actually, it's at the bottom of page 10, Chair, and it's that last paragraph there that references betfair.com. And actually, that's basically a sister company. It's a different platform owned by the ultimate parent. And the proper, I think, website, as my understanding, is the sportsbook.fanduel.com. And I think that Kevin may be able to touch on that at some point when we go to further questions on suitability later. And I also would certainly defer to the applicant to correct anything in the report. But like I said, I learned about that this morning, so I just want to make sure the commission was aware of that.
Okay. Great, thank you. Any questions for Councillor Hall?
Are we reserving the generic questions, right? We're going to go through B and work our way back to this?
Right, you know, in the past, we've done both. We've waited for suitability to be part of our section by section analysis, and some of the issues that are raised in the IEB report get mentioned there. If you think it's helpful to have Councillor Hall, and I also see that Kara O'Brien is available. If there's anything we need to help us answer those questions now, we should take advantage, but I
assume they're staying on.
You're going to be staying on, correct?
Okay.
Yes, and we'll have investigator Kevin Murphy on as well.
Okay.
And I know RSM is here as well, and I know they haven't given their presentation in chief, so to speak, yet, but I know Teresa here is here as well.
Okay, thanks.
So you'll wait. You'll wait, Commissioner O'Brien. All right, anything else from the other commissioners? Okay, thank you very much to both of you, and thank you for staying on, of course. And now we're going to turn to RSM. And I will give a little bit of a shout out again to remind folks of their role. RSM US LLP is one of the leading providers of audit, tax, and consulting services in the United States. RSM has been working with the Gaming Commission to provide insights and analyses to help the Commission. And I know that I see Ms. Merlino here on today. Good morning, happy Monday. And we want to just clarify that RSM team's assignment is limited to certain sections, and I know that Teresa will go through that with you. So thank you. Good morning, Teresa.
Good morning. Let me share my screen here. So RSM appreciates the opportunity to present to the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We understand the importance of the licensing process and the importance of these meetings. We've accumulated a diverse team of members, and as questions may come up either now or in the executive session, others on the team may present along with me. My name is Teresa Merlino. I'm a principal in our gaming and hospitality practice, and I've had the opportunity to serve the gaming industry for over 20 years now, since the late 1990s. As Commissioner Judstein indicated, the RSM team has been asked to make a presentation related to very certain aspects of the applications. Please note, we are not presenting on all aspects of the application. And these are the sections that we were asked to present on and perform some analysis on. Sections B2D, sports wagering experience. Section C2, projected Massachusetts revenue. Section G3, financial stability and integrity, and any other observations that may have come to light during our analysis. So as far as our analysis, we evaluated the this presentation will focus on analysis of some key financial ratios and metrics and some benchmarking analysis that might be helpful for the Gaming Commission as you evaluate the applicant. For the revenue section, executive session may be warranted as RSM's plan discussion contains specifics regarding Betfair's estimated market share and revenue numbers and financial viability. We're prepared to provide a high-level overview, and we'll look to the Commission for direction on the need for an executive session with further details later. So starting with just an overview of the financial status, utilizing publicly available SEC filings, it's apparent that the publicly traded Flutter is sufficiently capitalized, and that's the parent organization, is sufficiently capitalized as of the most recent quarterly SEC filings. As of September 30th, there were approximately $2.2 billion in available liquidity, comprising of $1.8 billion in cash on hand and $376 million in availability under the revolving credit facilities. There are no major debt maturities in the next 12 months, but there is a $5 billion total debt balance. It is ultimately up to the applicant's parent on how to allocate its financial resources. If faced with future losses, there is no guarantee the applicant will continue its sports wagering operations in Massachusetts, but it has the current financial resources to fund operations in the Commonwealth if so desired. And as noted, we can go through additional financial information provided by the applicant in the executive session. So I'll move into the market share overview and discuss a bit about market share estimates and the revenue projections and hold percentages. Similar to all our other presentations, we've provided the Commission with an overview of the sports betting market in the state of Massachusetts based upon a couple of equity research studies that we evaluated, including Deutsche Bank and Truist Securities. And you'll see these revenue numbers are from 83.4 to 639 is on the high end. And this includes Truist Securities with that ramp up period that we discussed in the last applicant, where it appears that Truist may not have estimated that Massachusetts would enter the market as quickly, and as such, their estimates are lower. We will note that this applicant, as well as the other applicants, estimated a full year or close to a full year of operations, with the assumption that the Gaming Commission could move quickly through the licensing process as currently on schedule to do so. And this is kind of a breakdown of that. We've kind of got the low and the high of each of these different total market, total accessible market, and the numbers that you can see with the ramp up here as highlighted. So looking at the overall market, and this we have all the applicants here presented in comparison to Deutsche Bank low and high and Truist Securities low and high. And Betfair's estimate for the Massachusetts market is more aggressive than the two banks that we evaluated, but is more closely aligned than many of the other applicants, particularly in the untethered group. So their estimate of the total market research, I would say, is a little bit more closely aligned, although more optimistic, and we can talk through those details in executive session. And so that's a little bit about their market share. Growth trends, they do estimate continued growth consistent with the equity research with continued growth going forward. They do estimate that 2027 the growth will be much higher. So they do estimate higher growth percentages than the two market equity research companies, but we can speak to those details again in executive session. This slide presents and this slide is just for context for the Commission to understand the overall online gambling market, which includes both online sports betting as well as iGaming. And we're still looking into the actual percentage of the iGaming market Commissioner O'Brien, and we'll have that hopefully for you in executive session, if not in our next applicant session, so that you can understand kind of the impact of iGaming. Many jurisdictions do not have the iGaming. So just preliminarily, we think that much of this is online sports betting. And this is not intended to represent the applicants. Also of note, this is really just to intend to give overall across the United States, across multiple jurisdictions with multiple different types of regulatory limitations on who can participate in the marketplace. You can get a sense of the players and their market share across the United States overall. And then looking at by operator. So this is again from JMP Securities and is just 1 year to show from a pie chart perspective, 1 year what those percentages are. Betfair utilized for their market share analysis and their assessment of their market share of the Massachusetts market. They utilized a top-down approach by first estimating the total addressable market in Massachusetts. Then they applied market share capture assumptions, and we'll be happy to speak to their market share capture assumptions in executive session, but they do appear to be generally larger than what they've seen in other markets overall. From a hold percentage perspective, the applicant provided specific hold percentage estimates, which actually increased from year to year. So, which is different than the other applicants that we observed, where most of them selected kind of a static hold percentage across the years. Betfair estimates their hold percentage to increase over time. So it may be helpful for the commission to understand kind of the thought processes behind their hold percentage estimates increasing, because that does impact ultimate revenue estimates of the market share. And another thing to note is that their hold percentages are typically higher than the estimates within the other applicants. So many of the applicants, as we've discussed, have presented in their application more conservative hold percentages. And you'll note in Betfair's application that their hold percentages are a bit higher than the other applicants. And it may be a good discussion to understand those pieces. From RSM's observations in the marketplace, Fan does typically trend higher in hold percentage against other apps. And I mean, I have some ideas as to why that is. But it may be worth applicant in executive session, kind of their hold percentage assumptions and why their hold percentages tend to trend higher than the other applicants across the industry. RSM would also like to note that the handle was provided, so all the key factors and revenue projections were provided, which significantly facilitated our ability to review. Slide we have here is just, again, a comparison of hold percentages for different jurisdictions in comparison to the number of books that are available to wager at. And as you evaluate Betfair's hold percentages for reference purposes, kind of that Pennsylvania, Michigan kind of area is generally where Massachusetts would fall in the number of books, which would trend towards more of an 8% hold percentage. So you can see that in comparison to what FanDuel provided. So this concludes our overview of the revenue and financial information, and be happy to stay on the line to answer any of the questions now or hold those questions to executive session.
Thank you, Teresa. If you want to pull down your, we'll keep it up in case for questions. Questions, commissioners, before we take down the slides. I'm hearing none, Teresa. That means probably that all are reserving questions for the executive session. Correct, commissioners?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, and you'll be available?
Yes, we'll be available for executive session.
Excellent, thank you. So at this juncture, it's 11:40. It might make sense to take a short break and then try to get through our evaluation of the application before lunch and before the executive session. We like to accumulate any questions that we have that are more appropriate for an executive session during our section by section analysis. So before we break, I just want to turn to Councilor Grossman. If you have a list going so far as to what we would like to hear in executive session, I think, may I speak for the commissioners that we do want to hear from RSM in the executive session?
Yeah, so far my list is just the RSM related matters, unless there are other things to add.
I think there was a correction on the investment. I guess that is financial, but there was a correction in the IEB report. There's Councilor Hall. So that's
there was excuse me, Chair. There was a correction with respect to reported ownership percentages, which the applicant has asked be redacted. So I just wanted to note that.
And then I do have a question about one of the compliance section for suitability in terms of the recitation of any fines. I do have a question on something that's still pending. I think it's in New Jersey. But I was going to defer on that until we circle back to discussing the suitability section in particular.
Right. So
to see whether it needs to go there or not.
Yeah, I have that same one noted. So that's, yeah. And then another compliance history matter that probably may not be public. So we'll wait for the details on that. But so far, the RSM's report and then that correction. Have we missed anything to the Mr. Fox that you've noted? Any other item that's come up?
No, we're happy to answer any of your questions though.
Yeah. Then the only other clarifier, Councilor Hall, is I understood from our licensing division and from Ms. O'Brien, that there's an outstanding filing. Is that limited to one? I just want to, oh, there you are. I want to just make sure we're clear so that I know Crystal is working to make sure we collect all of the outstanding information.
Yes, Chair. So we are working with the applicant on their certifications of tax filing, both state and federal, for the entity qualifiers.
Oh, qualifiers.
Yeah.
And so, and the entity qualifiers is how many? 1, 2, 6. All 6.
Yeah, that is correct.
All right. Thank you. Okay, commissioners, it's 11:45. 10-minute break at this point. Does that work? Come right before the noon hour?
Works for me.
Excellent. All right, everyone. Thank you so much.
Hi. You're off mute. I can hear you on.
Okay, Dave?
All set.
Thank you. Okay. Because we are convening this gaming commission meeting virtually, I will do a roll call. Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
I am here.
Commissioner Hill.
I'm here.
Commissioner Skinner.
I'm here.
Commissioner Maynard.
I'm here.
And we are back, having taken a very short break. The public meeting number 420, and we've just heard from FanDuel, their presentation, their demonstration, and then from our inside experts. And this means that we will now begin our overall evaluation of the applications submitted by FanDuel. And I want to just walk us through a little bit of the process because it's slightly different than what we've been doing. And so as we've done with each application, we should consider whether the applicant's response to proposal meets expectations, exceeds expectations, or fails to meet expectations. In this context, though, since we have to consider the applicants holistically at the conclusion of the individual review pursuant to our regulations, this initial assessment as to whether the expectations have been met will be preliminary in nature, just to see whether we have a general consensus, commissioners, and it is subject to modification once we've had a chance to move through our evaluations of each application and the broader landscape is in greater focus. We have preserved flexibility in this process. Important to note, one or more commissioners may seek supplemental information from the applicant to any component of their application. And as part of this process, again, as we have done, we should consider any conditions that we might like to see in the event that a license is awarded to this applicant. And again, a reminder to the commissioners and to the applicant at the end of the process, and we're anticipating that to be on or about the 18th and 19th of this month. That's where we should identify any variation, commissioners, between the applicant's proposal in this category as it relates to the others. So now, turning to the application before us, on a preliminary basis, let's look at section B.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hill.
when I'm coaching my girls and I change a play mid game, I say, I'm going to throw a crinkle into this play. And we have had a very good process moving forward. And I would ask if I can throw a crinkle into our process, because I want to ask a general question that really doesn't have anything to do with any of the sections. But I think it would be educational for all of us. And moving forward will be helpful to us as regulators. So can I ask through you to the other regulators, can I ask a question that doesn't have anything to do with the sections, but I think would be helpful to us moving forward?
I think we have that kind of latitude, Commissioner Hill, so please.
Over the weekend, something happened with one of the broadcasters of the Cleveland Browns. And a red flag went off as a regulator. As a sports person, I understood it. Not necessarily agreed with it, but understood it. As a regulator, I absolutely agreed with what happened. And I think I want to know from an entity like yourselves, who, and I absolutely love this winning with integrity. Like, I'm going to remember that for a long time, that phrase. And I think it was Carolyn who said, and using bribery and other things, you have programs in place to make sure that those things don't happen. So what happened over the weekend, sportscaster, I believe it was Bernie Kosar for the Cleveland Browns, was actually asked not to come back and be a sportscaster because he placed a bet on an NFL game that anybody who's looking at it would have said it was for charity, it was to be funny, I think. But there were ramifications from what he did. And when you were giving your presentation, I noticed that you said that you have a lot of partnerships with the sports leagues, NFL, MLB, NHL, I think I saw. And it begs the question, what safeguards really are in place for the integrity of sports betting, your company, and the fact that we are partnering with the very companies that we are allowing bets to be made on? So the question is, what safeguards are in place? And quite frankly, if you can speak to the issue a little bit, it would educate us, I think, but also allow us, when we're making these decisions, to better understand these partnerships that are taking place between companies that allow betting and, of course, the companies that the sports are involved in. Does that make sense to everybody, what I'm asking for?
Mr. Fox looks like he's leaning in, so I'll let you go.
I'm leaning in too. Corey, you want me to take that?
Yes, I would like you to take it.
There he
Sure.
is.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. This is my first crinkle, so it's a fun experience. It's a terrific question, and we obviously saw this news over the weekend as well. I think at a high level, let me start at a high level, because I did mention our partnerships with the leagues. I think at FanDuel from the very beginning, going back to our fantasy sports days, we felt it was critical for us to align ourselves closely with the sports leagues. We've pursued these partnerships. We view ourselves, along with the leagues, media entities, our regulators, as shared stewards of this category. It's a new industry, and we all have a responsibility that's shared together to help it grow and to be sustainable over the long term. And so we work closely with our league partners. We also work with leagues with whom we don't have an official partnership, to work with them and their individual policies and the regulations, where regulations address them, about who prohibited bettors are, to try to screen these folks and not have them on our platform. I think that while the news over the weekend is unfortunate, and there was a highly publicized incident of an NFL player during last season who was suspended for a year, I think these are, in effect, success stories about what a regulated legal market can do on integrity concerns, because these instances are identified, they are reported, and they are handled. And in a world where you have offshore illegal betting products offering services to the US, none of those controls are in place. And so I think we're seeing the system work. I'm happy to turn it over to either Carolyn Renzen or Connor Farron, who may want to speak a bit more about the specific integrity monitoring providers that we work with and some of the work that we do with the leagues.
Thanks, Christian. Why don't I start with our internal processes with respect to incidents like this, and then Connor can talk more about the integrity monitoring. So on an instance like this, we may find out about it in one of a number of ways. We work directly with some of our teams and league partners to actually receive from them lists of prohibited players. There are obviously complications in terms of sharing of some of that confidential information, but I have an open line of communication with my corollary partners at those teams and leagues, and we have an open line of communication with our financial crimes team that looks for these types of incidents. So we may receive information about someone attempting this through that process. Secondly, you saw earlier when Billy Turchin was going through our demo that our terms and conditions actually prohibit any of these people from coming onto our site, and they are doing it against our terms and conditions when they do it. We recognize that that's wishful thinking in some cases, but sometimes people will be bad actors. Another thing that we have going on all the time is a team that's looking at negative news alerts in some of these areas. So sometimes we'll even get a simple one-off individual on that review team that sees something going on at the moment, they will flag and search through our player accounts and immediately shut things down. So there are a number of different controls in place, but they are not foolproof. And as Christian says, sometimes these things happen, but we do have a very robust process of finding them and escalating them and reporting them and shutting them down. So with that, I'll turn it over to Connor to talk a little bit more about the integrity monitoring, because I think, as we all agree, this is a team project to try and keep those prohibited players off of the industry as a whole, not just our platform.
Thanks, Carolyn. Yeah, so we partner, so it's not just partnering with the leagues, we also partner with competitors across the industry. Most, maybe even all, licensed competitors sign up to a company called US Integrity, and then there's another company called IBIA, which is International Betting Integrity Agency, which some operators sign up to. And if one operator identifies something that they consider to be an integrity risk on an event, they will flag it and say, we saw some strange behavior here and we have integrity concerns on it. And within a very short window of time, all operators are compelled to answer whether or not they saw any unusual activity on that event. So there's collaboration among competitors on that particular matter. And then, as Carolyn said, we work, and Christian, we work very closely with the leagues. So I think the earliest on board was the NBA. In 2019, they set up an integrity unit. So to give you an example, as Carolyn said, Billy and his team are building really robust tools, but to begin with, they would send us a database of the players and the employees of the NBA and the umpires. And depending on the relationship of the person, so umpires could not bet on any sports, for example, the officials, whereas players just cannot bet on anything to do with NBA. So we would basically screen for against the list of employees that they would regularly update. And when we find someone, we would highlight that to the NBA, who would deal with that as an internal matter. And as soon as they opened an account, within one day, we were able to restrict them such that they cannot bet on NBA or WNBA. But if they did bet in that initial window before we got to it, there could be an integrity issue. But that's kind of the level of partnership that we have with both our competitors and the leagues around this stuff. It's in everyone's interest to keep this clean.
Just to close the loop, Commissioner, one point of clarification, because we are sort of talking about two different issues here. I think that, as you alluded to in your opening statement, I think the Bernie Kosar matter this weekend, I don't think there's any indication it was an integrity issue in that he had inside information, but it was a policy violation of the league. Our partner, had that occurred on our platform, we would have taken the same action. It seems the league was aware of it, took action. But because there was a layer of integrity in your question, we wanted to make sure we did also address issues where there may be an actual indication of integrity. We're seeing markets move in some way they shouldn't. That's when we would alert a US Integrity or an IBIA, or just a perception, right? So a person who plays the sport or a referee, whether or not they have any information, the leagues very much are concerned, as are we, about perceptions of inside information. We're going to act together with them in those instances. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you for allowing that to happen before we get into the sections. I think it was important because it came up over the weekend. And I thank you all for your explanations. And I'm happy to see the type of protocols that are put into place, not only with your company, but partnering with other competitors, if I think Connor said, to make sure that this is, that the integrity remains with sports betting and pro sports and college sports. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Hill. And I do think it's important to clarify that it was, in this instance, a breach of policy, but it was really helpful for you to go over your systemic integrity safeguards. So thank you so much. Okay. Then Well, and that was a completely relevant question on so many levels, Commissioner Hill, so thank you. Now, if we go to section B, Commissioners, do you have particular questions? I have to say, so many of mine have been answered by your presentation today. The verbal clarification was very helpful. Commissioners, everyone's organizing their notes, I'm sure. I think it comes under B, but it might, it flows throughout, and you certainly did include it in your presentation. So I'll go ahead with one question that, you've been following us. And I appreciate, it's a little bit of a tension. I appreciate the fact that in many ways your media buy is going to bring, revenue to the Commonwealth, and your big investment up front in terms of customer promotions is going to be very, very sizable. How do we reconcile that with what I know that you probably have seen is our concern about the intensity and frequency of advertising in this particular industry?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I think we have our Senior Vice President for Marketing, Andrew Snade, on the call. Just double checking that he's here.
I am here, yes.
Yeah, and I'm happy to lead off on that, Corey, and then turn it over to Andrew to answer any specific questions. Thank you, Chairwoman. This is an issue we think about every day at FanDuel. There is a tension that I think we all recognize and accept between growing the market, especially in the inception of the market. We want to bring users over from the illegal market where they are now. We want them to understand that there's a legal and regulated market that's better for consumers. And we have to promote it to do that and to grow the market. That said, we also are cognizant, as I said, I think in response to the last question, we want FanDuel to be endemic to sports in a way that is healthy and additive to sports. And we realize with our market leadership position, it is incumbent on us to demonstrate leadership in that area. And we think about doing that in a number of ways. One, we want the content of our advertising to be geared exclusively towards adults. We want the content of our offers to be transparent and straightforward and understandable by our consumers. And we want to advertise in places where our likely consumers will be and will find us, and not advertise in places where those who aren't interested in our product are likely to be the majority. So that's both good business, and it's being good stewards of the category and of the industry. And I think part of why we want to be close to the leagues and partnered with the leagues and very close to media partners is we're one actor in this ecosystem, and finding the right tone and frequency and placement of advertising is again, that's a shared responsibility between us, between our media partners, between the leagues who have the ability to regulate and limit when advertisements can be shown, how many ads are in a certain ad block. And we're working closely with them to try to self-regulate the amount of advertising, again, so it's seen in the right time and place without an oversaturation, and particularly to audiences who aren't interested in. And it's an ongoing process and one we continue to work on, but we certainly understand as one of the largest spenders and as the leader in the category that we need to lead from the front on the issue. And I'll ask Andrew if he'd like to supplement with any more specifics.
I think that was really well answered, Christian. I'll just add to it that, everyone on our marketing team is committed to a healthy brand and business for the long term. And so We're constantly making sure that we're paying attention to what customers and the community care most about. And while there is often a challenge between the amount of media pressure that it can exist in the market and making sure we do right, what's not in conflict is the fact that things that customers and the community cares most about is making sure that we continue to live up to the standards of brand trust that customers and the community care about most. So we really work hard, as shared in the presentation, to make sure that we're complementing our efforts with great responsible gaming communication that's big, clear, simple, and action focused. We're very proud that the work that we put into market this year really was focused on driving the behaviors that can make a difference for customers, bringing to the attention of everyone the responsible gaming tools that we have within our product to help make sure that people can use our products more responsibly. All of us are committed to the long term, and we look forward to carrying out not just the best of the standards that exist within any state, but working as a leader to be at the forefront of making sure that we continue to push any innovation possible to make sure that we're leading in a responsible way.
Thank you. And thank you to you, Mr. Janetsky. Good reminder that you're competing not with just those who will be licensed here, but the presence of the longstanding illegal market. So thank you for that. Commissioners, other questions on section B? Commissioner O'Brien.
I have a couple. One is from subsection F. I believe it's on page 32 of the PowerPoint, which I think is maybe 55 in the entire packet that was submitted. It's the description of the ability to commence sports wagering in the Commonwealth. You go through a recitation of the jurisdictions. You also then reference some of the stuff that's in your database already about Mass residents in terms of your DFS involvement and that sort of thing. And if you don't want to give me the number here, I would be interested to hear it in executive session, which is whether you deduplicated the numbers here in terms of fantasy sports, horse racing, sports book by Mass residents outside the Commonwealth, and whether you can give me an actual raw number of Mass residents on your platform, deduping that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I can take it. We deduped and then took down our estimate.
Okay.
So that we did I think we said a greater than, and so there are overlaps in those databases, but we have deduped those. I think if we did not disclose it, I'll ask Corey if we kept confidential the specific number of sportsbook people who've downloaded and used our sportsbook in other states that are Massachusetts residents. I'm happy to, if we disclose it.
You did. I didn't know if you were claiming privilege on that. So that was my question, is whether that's the raw number at its core, whether that 22 is a subset of the DFS and the horse race also.
Yes,
it is.
It is distinct from the other two.
Okay.
I believe.
So not necessarily the
right.
core.
They're additive of the different ones.
Got it. Okay. And then just before we move too much further on to the question that I have for you guys as a company is, as you're aware that 23N also started to implement the taxation of daily fantasy sports, retroactive to August 1st. Companies are supposed to then register and pay the taxes by the 15th of the following month. And my understanding is there's 5 companies that have done so. And I would like you to speak to when you're going to register and do that.
We were in conversation with the commission about the correct way to file the form. We can do that tomorrow. We fully anticipate paying all taxes since the beginning of that statute.
Okay, so you anticipate doing that tomorrow, you said?
Yes, we're happy to.
Okay, great.
I know that there's a policy issue on that, and I believe that's on this coming Thursday. This Thursday, so we have some work to do on it as well.
The DFS or the sports wagering? I know the sports wagering one is up.
Maybe it's
DFS, I think, is already,
maybe
they've already started collecting, I think.
There was one issue around the correct calculation of the DFS tax attributable to the Commonwealth that we had spoken to the commission about and filed comments on. But we'll work with the commission to pay our taxes however the commission.
Or yeah, or get the registration in. Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
excellent. I have another question, but I want to yield to my fellow commissioners. Okay. I have to say that I very much enjoyed reading your application and learning more about the customer experience and the varying products that you offer. But and so I may have not understood it correctly, so I want to get it straight. But it looks like, and later on in the application, it seemed to confirm that, I'm not even sure if I'm saying it right, but Bet Dollars X or Bet Dollars envisions some kind of a promotion for those applicants who have either not registered pre-live or who have. So it prompted me to think, well, this is interesting. These are different promotions, which I appreciate. But I also wondered, you may have also heard us speaking about the issue of registering before live. There's been, we've heard different practices, and we've also had that on in one of our future meetings, I think. Forgive me. And we have a lot on this Thursday coming up, and I think it's on for that as well. But I wondered if you are pre-registering patrons in Massachusetts. I understand it would not be surprising if you were, because we've heard that that's a general practice, but we've also heard from other potential licensees or current licensee, or those who are approved to get a license, who are asking whether or not it's permissible.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And I apologize for any confusion caused by the way we wrote the application. I think those promotions provided in the application were meant to be examples of the type of pre-live marketing we hope to do in the Commonwealth if we're granted a license. We are not currently marketing FanDuel Sportsbook to Massachusetts at all, and we are not promising pre-live bonuses or any of that. It's very much something that is part of our playbook when we enter a new state once it's permitted by the jurisdiction. And so we hope to do it in the future. It is true, of course, that you can sign up for a daily fantasy sports account today. You can sign up in another jurisdiction today, but there is no FanDuel Sportsbook for Massachusetts today, and there's none of that pre-live marketing currently.
No ability to register, and so certainly no ability to load. That's really helpful. And I do think and again, forgive me, as to whether it's on the 12th or our next regular public meeting, we'll have guidance on that. So thank you. Other questions, commissioners?
I don't so much, Madam Chair, I don't so much have a question, but a kudos to the company in regards to your technology, on the technology to be able to accept the sports wagering and generating electronic wagering tickets, all of that being in-house, and that you really do not rely a lot on a third-party company to come in and help you with this platform. And I was reading over the application, and I thought that was very, very impressive. So I just wanted to publicly say that to you, because this is so much part of the issues that a lot of companies are having, is the technology piece of this. And to see how well you have done and being able to do it in-house is very impressive.
Commissioner, that gives us the opportunity to express one of our other core FanDuel principles, which is we say thank you. So thank you very much for that recognition.
You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Should we move on to section C then? There are no further questions on D. Oh, we should take the temperature. Thank you so much, Commissioner Hill.
I think at this point, they have met expectations for section B.
I agree.
Commissioner Skinner?
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, we're all set then. Thank you. Now we can move on to section C. And I'm using the scrolled version, so bear with me. If anybody has page.
It's 42, I think, in the, oh, no, sorry, 40 on the numbered pages, and I think 63 in the PDF.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right.
I can jump in with something if
yes, please.
You don't mind while I'm looking.
Thank you.
Directing you to page 42, which I think is 65 in the PDF, the number of proposed jobs. And then you talk about the vendors. And I'm sure everybody says this to you, every jurisdiction does, but to the extent you can sort of, I know a lot of this is remote. I know your current employees are remote. I'd love to get that number up and to see a good job impact on the Commonwealth. The other thing that I liked seeing, and I'd love for you to talk a little bit more about, is in subsection, I think 1C, which was, you talk about relying on vendors for local operations, like marketing services and hosting infrastructure. And I know we've had some other applicants where they claim being a broader business, they really didn't have the opportunity to necessarily do local or focus on diverse spend. So if you don't want to talk too much in depth because of sort of competitiveness, let me know. We can do an executive session, but I'd love for you to speak a little bit more to how you plan to do the local spend.
I'm happy to take a first crack at it and then ask my colleagues to supplement. So I think there are a few elements. You're certainly right. We're an online company. We're not based in the Commonwealth. We do have employees in the Commonwealth, but not a material enough number to have an office there. I think that's certainly something we would consider moving forward. And, you know, in this day and age, you go to where the talent is with a lot of a remote workforce too. And so we're certainly, we'll be looking in the Commonwealth. I think our investment, however, into the Commonwealth beyond the starting point of tax revenue is it comes in a few forms. So, you know, we covered in our application, we like to do events in the states where we offer our product, and particularly states that have places that people like to visit, and that, you know, so we can bring consumers even from around the country to events that would be held in a marquee city like Boston. Those events, we rely completely on local vendors to support them, from everything from security, entertainment. And we call these events fan fests, are sort of our largest, and they're, you know, thousands of people. We typically, in each one of those fan fests, we offer opportunities to local businesses. We call it a scholarship program, where local businesses, 8 or 10, are able to come in and promote and activate at the event. So have a booth and promote their businesses. And then everyone that we hire to support and put on those events is obviously local where we reside them. And we certainly would be looking to do those in Massachusetts. Our media spend, which we've talked about earlier, is very focused on the Commonwealth. So we have both the regional sports networks, local teams, and local media buys. That money is all being invested into the local markets. And I think one of the earlier applicants spoke to this, but part of it's a bit of a, you know, the tide lifting all boats. When there's a higher investment in local media from any category, so sports betting is launched in the Commonwealth, there's more demand for local media, that's going to raise the price that local media can charge for any sort of advertisement. So it's not necessarily just a one-to-one correlation. There's going to be more sports betting ads, and that's going to drive revenue. It actually increases demand for that inventory, which is good for local communities. And then the other thing I would highlight is that we have what we call a positive impact plan, and that's globally throughout the Flutter companies. And at FanDuel, Keita mentioned earlier that on the heels of our launch in Maryland, that we donated to UNCF money that went directly to students at the historically Black colleges and universities in Maryland. We are currently looking at both for Ohio, where we just launched, and in advance of Massachusetts, with the hope that we will be launching in Massachusetts, for local community organizations where we can invest $1 million in the wake of our launch into those. Some of the possibilities are listed in our application, but they are around the same types of priorities that we want to drive. So, diversity, equity, and inclusion around technology, coding, around women's sports, HBCUs. We're trying to find the right fit in each specific community in which we launch. Something, good local organizations where our contribution can give them an immediate lift, but also hopefully create the basis for a long-term relationship. And that's sort of you might say in one sense that's not necessarily an investment in our business, but we believe it is an investment in our business. We need to invest in the communities outside of just customer acquisition. We need to investigate in making those communities better and making an impact where we can. Thank you.
I'd just like to jump in from a diversity perspective. As I mentioned, in 2023, we're really trying to make improvements to our procurement program, and we're going to be looking at where our diverse spend is being allocated, right? So we're going to take steps to identify diverse owned firms, diverse owned companies, and making sure we're utilizing in places where we can. Just wanted to add that point.
I figured that Commissioner Skinner and Maynard would probably get to that in the DEI sections. I'm glad you brought it up. And I'm sure, again, they'll circle back to it, but I know OSD, or maybe they changed the name, was OSD, I think, way back when. Is it still that? Is very helpful in terms of the process for being able to identify some of that. So, but I think we can defer that. I guess the only other comment I would have is the same way you talk about raising their profile, having them come to the events, getting the money for the event, et cetera. Some of the land-based licensees that we have also do things where they actually have, gift cards to those various establishments, and that's part of the promos. So I'm sure we'll also circle back to sort of the lottery and promoting the lottery, but I would also throw that out as something to throw in the arsenal of things in terms of positive economic impact on the Commonwealth.
Just a follow-up, Chair, if I could.
Yes.
And this is really also in follow-up to the response to Commissioner O'Brien's question. The event Fan Fest was referenced, and I can appreciate that is local vendor supported. But I would be interested in your more long-term, ongoing efforts to engage the community. So just something to think about as we move forward. Should FanDuel be granted a license, and I would even request that you supplement your application with information that is responsive.
Commissioner, could I ask? I saw the initial response to C5. And then I felt this one later on, and it might be C5, page 84, where you did list what you anticipate doing with respect to community engagement. And I wonder if that might begin to address Commissioner Skinner, the long-term investment. I didn't want that response to be lost.
Yeah, are you referencing page 84 of the PDF?
Yeah, what do you think about that, Commissioner Skinner? I like that page where it was more localized, but I didn't know if that would satisfy your inquiry. I think it's page 84. That's what my notes say anyway. And please,
it's page one on the separate pages.
Page 84, please, is it Mr. Janetsky who would respond to that? But we're looking for the Fan Fest. It's a wonderful, big marketing and promotion of your work. And I also love the engagement of the community. But I think Commissioner Skinner was thinking, as I know it's a really important to Commissioner Hill as well as all of us, the more in-depth penetration of community engagement. And I thought actually that page was quite strong.
It is. My only question, just my request for clarification rather, is the $1 million investment. It talks about that being made over various cities. So I want to make sure that those are all Massachusetts cities.
Yeah, it would be $1 million investment into Massachusetts, and we may, I think we're evaluating whether that is made to across different organizations within the Commonwealth or all in partnership with one organization, but that's definitely all dedicated specifically to the Commonwealth.
Okay, thank you.
So just as a follow-up, because I know we want to keep track of supplemental information, do you want additional information still on that, Commissioner Skinner?
If the company has additional information to offer, we'll take it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I have another question, Chair.
Yep.
The 18 employees located in Massachusetts, are those full-time or part-time?
I believe those are full-time employees, and they work remotely, as Christian described, since we don't have an office in the Commonwealth.
Yes. Currently. Thank you. But they're Massachusetts residents.
Correct.
Okay. And just to follow up, any information as to how those employees are represented in terms of racial and ethnic makeup in your org structure, C-suite at the executive level, or director, supervisor, manager?
So I know at least a few of them are senior, but I don't know the demographic breakdown specifically for Massachusetts. We can provide that if you'd like.
Please do. Thank you. Also interested in other categories of diversity, your veterans, people with disabilities as well.
Do you want to hold that to section D, or do you want to explore that further now, Commissioner Skinner?
I can hold it for section D. I have other questions relative to section D, so I can wait.
Okay, and in terms of section C, I'll turn to Commissioner Maynard. I see that he's, unless you have a follow-up, Commissioner Skinner.
No, go right ahead, Commissioner Maynard.
I'm sure it's a question that you're thinking about, and Commissioner O'Brien already raised. I didn't see much in there about the lottery, and I want to talk about it for a second because I sound like a broken record, but a lot of the lottery money goes to the cities and towns, right? A high percentage and portion, which is why we made the decision we made in September. So the lottery talk is not just, not just to get it out there, just to be annoying. It's actually to figure out, what the plans are. And we know that you're in a unique position given that you are an online company versus having a brick and mortar presence, but we still expect some interfacing with the lottery.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm happy to address that. It certainly has been a theme we've seen throughout the course of the hearings. I think we have some ongoing ideas and some work being done around state lotteries in general that would apply to Massachusetts as well. I think we'd prefer to reserve for executive session, perhaps when we go into executive session, about a general number of topics. We could give a little more detail there, but at a high level, we have noted and recognized that the Commission's interest in this issue and intend to explore how we can make an impact and a difference.
Thank you.
And I am not right that because you're being innovative, you would think that it might put you at a competitive disadvantage if you shared that publicly. And I'm looking at our council to see if you want to ask any follow-up questions on that matter. Councilor Grossman.
Oh, no, I think I understand the purpose, and we'll make sure we articulate it well when we get there.
So this is going to sound really nitpicky, but it's kind of also giving you credit. It was just that you may have inadvertently in a longer document, I think on page 231 of our document, you did mention lottery, but you mentioned it in the context of Ohio. I think it was just an inadvertent reference to Ohio rather than to Massachusetts. And we're happy to be in the company of Ohio, but it does look like you're thinking about the lottery. So you get credit for that, but you might just want to change it in our document. We've gotten used to that. We often are New Jersey or Nevada or another jurisdiction because we're pretty late in the mix here. So thank you. On that topic, I think also on the community engagement, I think I read that you anticipate going to local establishments. Am I making that up, or did I read that? That you would go to local establishments for promotional that might be more intimate than the big fan fest? And in that context.
That's
yes.
right, Commissioner. We have in various jurisdictions where it's permitted, worked with local establishments to promote FanDuel Sportsbook.
Yeah, and I think we've been on the record saying that that's an opportunity for engagement with the lottery, as well as, of course, with minority and women-owned businesses. So another level of community engagement. Okay, anything else for section C?
I have one other, which is in C1H. My apologies. And it references the job opportunities, internal trainings, et cetera, for either high unemployment or underemployment. And you put some of your internal programs in there. The one in particular is the internal program for women leadership and development program. And I'm curious if you are in the process or already have anything for some of the other categories that we've talked about, whether it's minority or disadvantaged employees coming in, whether you have any other internal program akin to the Women's Leadership Development Program.
Gita, do you want to take that?
I'll take that. So our Women's Leadership Development Program was just launched, and it's our pilot program. So we're using this as an example that we're going to expand to our other diverse classifications. We have other programs where there's mentoring programs which are facilitated through our ERGs with our BOLD, TWE, and in our SPEAK and LGBTQIA communities. So we have some formalized programs that we're running, but then we also have the ERGs that are actually also running programs for development of internal employees for development and growth opportunities.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions for section C?
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, if I could just follow up on what you were talking about in regards to community involvement. In other applications, we've seen where companies have been involved locally with food banks, toy drives, organizations, that we care about here in Massachusetts. And I don't think I saw anything in the application where even in other jurisdictions that you've worked with those types of organizations. I'm sure you have. And I would like you to be able to talk to us about what you've done in other jurisdictions and moving forward in Massachusetts, how you would partner with those type of organizations. That's something we actually care very deeply about here.
I'll take it, Commissioner. Thank you. Appreciate it. I think we do certainly. We've had annual toy drives during the holidays, and we've done those across our offices. And so we focus both on the communities in which we operate our businesses, but also the communities where the majority of our employees live, so that they can participate hands-on. We've had a FanDuel Day of Service where everybody is welcome to take the day away from the office and commit. We've gone out into our local communities and tried in Atlanta or New York or Los Angeles, where our biggest offices are, to let that office choose where folks want to go and spend that day of service. I think what we've identified in our application and is reflective of some of the things we've mentioned earlier today. In Maryland, the inclusion of creation of wealth for the Black community was a very important issue in the debate in the legislative sessions around sports betting. and an important element in how licenses were awarded and how that worked. So we felt like investing in the future of Black leadership with the donation to the historically Black colleges and universities, with the money going directly to students, thanks to UNCF, our partner in that, ensuring it went directly to the students in the state, and also created dedicated internships for those students into our company. We felt like that was the right investment in that community. And so we're certainly open to input from the commission, because we're currently evaluating Massachusetts. And again, we named some organizations like Girls Who Code, Women in the Enterprise of Science and Technology, that are around science and technology and math promotion for young women and underrepresented groups. I think one thing we're very interested in and looking in is broader work around financial education and financial responsibility. So helping young people understand how to balance a checkbook and how to monitor their spend on a more general basis. We are not the experts in that, and so we are currently looking to partner. I'd rather not name the operations and public hearing, because we're trying to figure out the right mix, but we want to partner with a best-in-class expert who can bring that kind of education, which obviously has relevance for the business that we operate, but also a broader benefit to the citizens of the Commonwealth in this case.
That addresses my my question, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And just to note, Commissioner Hill, because this was a very detailed application. I think in total it was 600 and something pages. I don't know if you saw, but they also are anticipating supporting some local athletic organizations, particularly where there might be underrepresentation or underprivileged youth. And that includes inner city weightlifting, which I didn't look into, but I noted that, and then Dorchester Eagles, and perhaps, so you would be familiar probably with those types of organizations, but that's another nice connection for an applicant to pursue here. So we appreciate that. And community rowing, which I'm not sure if there's which one it is, but that's again something that obviously really would be a great investment for an applicant like this.
I did see that.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. That's a short list. So thank you for that. In terms of the financial education, we partner with other state agencies, and that includes, of course, the Treasury and the lottery. And I just want to give a nod to the Treasurer's financial literacy program too. That's a conversation if you're having one about the lottery. I'm sure Treasurer Goldberg would welcome any work that you might anticipate doing in financial literacy. We certainly are partnering a bit on that with respect to our responsible gaming program. Okay, so with that, section C, taking our temperature and trying to figure out if we have a consensus.
Madam Chair, I'll start. I think they have met expectations for section C.
Excellent.
I agree, subject to the receipt of the requested information.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner O'Brien, you were leaning in?
No, I think it satisfies it.
Okay, and Commissioner Maynard?
I agree, satisfied.
All right, all set. Then moving on to section D, and Commissioner Skinner, I know that you have some questions. You want to start off?
I can, sure.
Thank you.
This question is similar to the one I asked earlier about the Massachusetts workforce. I note that your stat of 42% women in the workplace, excuse me, I think you said C-suite, the C-suite level. So that's fantastic. just wondering if you could further break those stats down into excuse me, can't talk this morning, other underrepresented groups among the C-suite and beyond.
Sure. So if I remember correctly, we have 42% female at the C-suite level. And then for the underrepresented minorities, I think they make up, I think it was 18%. But I can certainly get back to you with those accurate numbers.
Ms. Young, could you say the second percentage again, please? I couldn't quite hear it.
If I remember correctly, I think it was 18% at the C-suite for underrepresented minorities, but I will get back to you on that particular number. I can give you our overall stats in terms of the organization. We are 28% female, and we are 39% underrepresented minorities.
Thank you.
Can I go out of order, please? Because this is reminding me, I meant to ask. When we had the technology demonstration, there was, I don't think it was required, but you did have the prefixes of Mr. and Mrs. and Miss. I am wondering, is that required? And then if that's something you'd consider changing.
Yeah, thank you. So we have historically collected that information and passed it along to our KYC providers as it's another piece of data that they can use to match to an individual in the public records. However, we have noted some concerns with it because some people may not feel comfortable with any of those titles. And we're also, from our perspective, would like to make the sign up flow more simple. So we've been looking at removing that field, and we're going to explore that in the coming weeks.
I suppose it could be either removal or additional options, correct?
Right, we could make it optional as well.
Or an additional option. Commissioner Maynard, you're nodding your head.
That was my suggestion. I was going to suggest that perhaps at least an option.
Yeah, another option to just not identify with either. Yeah. Great, thank you. Another question on section D. Commissioner Skinner.
I would just note Commissioner O'Brien's earlier touching on the procurement piece. I think it's already been communicated what the expectations are there, and you've communicated the direction you're looking to move in. Ms. Young, I do realize that you're fairly new to your work at FanDuel, and I look forward to you making some significant changes. So thank you.
Thank you.
So are we going to get, sorry, Madam Chair, may I? So are we going to get goals? What I see in the application is a goal to have a goal. But given that we've asked all other applicants to provide us with a goal, I'm curious to see what your response is.
Are you asking about goals of representation?
Well, goals of representation, yes, but supplier diversity spend is actually a question within the application.
Yeah, so I said, that's certainly a focus for 2023, and with certainly we can give you our preliminary numbers with respect to how we're looking at this, but we can circle back on that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maynard, have we asked in the past for a list so that we understand the vendor makeup? And I wondered if you even, I understand this is an area where you really may be not really developed. So I assume that that's not an easy thing to generate overnight for a company your size. Do you have that information? And at this point in terms of your vendor makeup?
We actually do not with respect to, you talking about diversity classification of our vendors. We actually do not. I think, one of the things we realize we have to take those steps to identify who our vendors are and their makeup. And that's like one of our first steps that we're going to attempt to do in terms of those vendors that have diversity classifications associated with them. So then we can be able to identify where our diverse spend is actually going.
And if I may, Chairwoman and Commissioner Maynard, we recognize we have a lot of work to do in this area, and that's why we hired Keita. We wanted to find somebody that had real experience building out programmatic approach. She comes from a much bigger institution than FanDuel and built the program there and really brings an expertise we frankly have not had in the company. You can hear from me, and if you had been in our town halls, would have heard from our CEO, Amy, that the company is making sure Keita has all the resources that she needs to get this work done, because there's a real shared commitment. And I think an acknowledgement that this is a fairly new area for us and we have we're a somewhat young company. And most of our growth has occurred over the last 3 to 4 years. And so this is an area that we have work to do, and we recognize that and are committed to do it.
And can I just add, in my prior position, diverse spend and supplier diversity was an area where I was actually very much involved in understanding the steps that need to take. I do think that we recognize that's something that's important to us, and we were willing definitely this year to take those steps to make sure that we are identifying who our vendors are and making sure that we're quantifying where our spend is going and leaning in to make sure that we are employing diverse vendors when we're going in these different markets.
And I think to Commissioner Maynard's point, we are happy to share with you an action plan for 2023. And you can see where we've set the markers, and we're happy to have a conversation about that with you as well.
Commissioner Maynard, does that work?
It does, Madam Chair, and I will state that as far as wanting to see the ratios to the tethered applicant, I think that's what you're referring back to when we had a conversation a few weeks ago or right before the holidays. The conversation was actually, give me the list if you have it, and in so much as you have it, and they did have something and they were able to give it. If the answer is, we're working on compiling it, that's a totally acceptable answer. And I look forward to seeing that information. I'll weigh that information and making any determinations.
And in terms of goals, that was a part of the application. So I request, and I understand because it's such a nascent program for you, that might be difficult, but there might be metrics that you can draw from with respect to other industries, other companies that are in your industry that might be able to help you establish a goal. Commissioner Skinner and Commissioner Maynard, despite it being such a nascent program, I suspect some of the other applicants were in the same situation. Would we like to see some kind of a goal? I want to make sure we're clear on that.
With respect to employment?
I'm actually talking about supplier diversity, but then we can go back to employment. I think you asked for employment, and they're going to give that to you. I think, correct?
I don't think I asked for employment. I just asked for stats. But goals are something that I would be interested in. It's also something that I requested of the other untethered application that we've reviewed thus far.
So if we could, for work first, let's set that aside for a second. And supplier diversity, Commissioner Maynard, I'll let you take the lead on that. Clarification.
Madam Chair, I believed, and I could be wrong, I believed I heard Ms. Young say that they would share some early numbers and with us. And so that satisfies me if they're willing to do that.
Good, thank you. Now on workforce goals, Commissioner Skinner, that would be supplemental information you'd like.
Yes, please, if available.
Can you just elaborate so that they can be complete as to women, diverse, just those two?
All underrepresented group. That includes, racial and ethnic groups, people identifying with a disability, veterans, etc. And I'm just looking for sort of a baseline of what you are anticipating for goals.
Got it.
Okay. Further questions on section D? Okay. Commissioner O'Brien, are you all set on D?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then I'll take temperature and see whether we have a consensus with understanding we've got an expectation for some supplemental information. Has the applicant otherwise met expectation?
Madam Chair, I feel comfortable in saying that they met expectations for section D and look forward to the information that Commissioner Skinner and Commissioner Maynard have asked for.
Same.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Same.
Yes, and I do too. I just want to add one point. Because I really appreciate, Mr. Janetsky, your candor. We adopted a statement of purpose on DEI, and it's made us very intentional. And I think that's exactly what this area of growth requires. I think we hear it, and I think it's our discussions in this process is evidence of our intentionality around diversity. And we did extend it out to our licensees when we adopted it back in 2020. So now we're prompting you to be more intentional, and I suspect it will just continue to have a ripple, not a crinkle effect, but a ripple effect as you continue. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and we appreciate the Commission's leadership on this issue. We are very much committed to it.
Thank you, and Ms. Young, welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, then we'll move on to responsible gaming in section E. Questions?
Madam Chair, I don't have a question without stealing them from other commissioners who have asked questions in the past, but I again want to recognize the applicant. I have actually, in regards to responsible gaming, I've actually seen your commercials on our local sports channel, if you will. I don't want to say their name, but our local sports channel that you have worked with in regards to responsible gaming. It's a great commercial. And when you told me how many you've used throughout the United States, that was very impressive. And I just want to publicly say that the work you've done on responsible gaming, at least through the application and what you've given us today, has been very impressive.
Thank you.
So I have a couple of questions I wanted to follow up on. And some of this is taking you back a little ways. And if this is a different branch of the company, let me know. But it seems like it falls under the whole sort of corporate image responsibility. If you go back to particularly in Massachusetts, the pre-regulation days, there were some settlements between the daily fantasy sports section in New York State and Massachusetts in terms of practices with consumers. And can you speak to what, if any, changes were implemented as a result of the settlements back in 16 and 17 in terms of practices that were at issue in those matters?
And we can pause if you need to have an executive session for that. That's why I think Commissioner O'Brien's being careful. Mm-hmm. But if it's public information, we urge you to continue.
I think I'm comfortable answering it based on the information that's public. And I was with the company at the time. I appreciate the question, Commissioner. Daily fantasy sports was a wholly unregulated activity in 2015, other than self-regulation. There's a lot of attention put on the category in the fall of 2015. And now Governor Healy, then Attorney General Healy, was a leader on this issue and through the crafting of regulations specifically for daily fantasy sports that were by and large focused on consumer protection. We worked very closely with the Attorney General in her office throughout really a year plus period in commenting on proposed regulations. Massachusetts led the country in issuing the first set of regulations. And we, subsequent to the development of those regulations, through an effort with lobbyists across many states, led to the passage of over 20 states passed laws on daily fantasy sports. Most of those laws adopted either in whole or in large part the regulations that the Attorney General's office in Massachusetts promulgated. So Massachusetts really did drive the development of regulation. We worked very closely in that process. The settlement that we ultimately reached with the Attorney General's office, by the time the settlement was finalized, I think this is in the public consent decree and the documents that are public, we had implemented all the changes and all the corrections by then, that we were in compliance with the regulations, most of which were absorbed into that. And so it was a look at historical practices that didn't comport with what the regulations ultimately were. And, we did pay a fine in connection with that. But we were happy to partner with the Attorney General's office and their leadership on that issue. And it really did provide a really clear sort of bright line that other states around the country could follow.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And then the other area that I wanted to ask about, if you've been watching some of the other hearings, you've known that we've asked other applicants and potential licensees about branding efforts in addition to marketing efforts. And in particular, going out with, I don't know if people call them brand ambassadors. Is that the phrase that you use? And then you have responsible gaming ambassadors, I think you reference in this section. And I'm just going to need you to talk a little bit more about the two who are, because when you Google Craig Carton, obviously what you see is a very different story. I mean, you see somebody who took advantage of the position to pay off gambling debts and did some time. So and when I tried to see the rehabilitation story, it was not obvious to me. So I'd like you to talk a little bit more about those two RG ambassadors to make me understand why that's not something I should be concerned about as a regulator.
Sure. We're very proud of the program and happy to talk about it. And Carolyn and or Andrew Snade may want to supplement my comments, but I'm happy to lead off. I think we want our efforts to help people to play well and play sustainably to address a couple of cohorts. One cohort is all of our customers. All of our customers, they're our friends, they're our family members. We want everybody to play within their means in a way that's entertaining for them and does not put them in harm's way. There are also, we understand, because we work with experts in the field, that there is a 1% of the potential customer base that our product should not be for because they have compulsive tendencies. And we want to recognize those people, help them to stay off our platforms and get them the help they need. Craig Carton is an interesting, and we accept potentially controversial choice as an RG ambassador, but we think in trying to speak to all of our potential customer base, Craig really is seeking to those who should not be on our platform and trying to help them recognize he's got a very well documented and acknowledged gambling addiction issue. He speaks very eloquently to that issue. He's spoken to our entire employee base at a town hall and again on our Play Well Day to be very clear about his struggles and the effect it could have on his family. We think it's important that we understand that these issues exist. He has gone around and done town halls at a couple of colleges and ask for questions. And you hear people share stories about family members. And I think he does have an authenticity that this is something we have to acknowledge. We have to talk about, and we have to try to help our users. And it's sort of a very specific role Craig plays. Amanda, on the other hand, is I believe what you would more think about as an ambassador. You mentioned brand ambassadors. We have a number of brand ambassadors as well. Amanda is a very popular athlete with a great platform. She's a woman. She's from an underrepresented background. And we think having a person like Amanda focus not on promoting FanDuel Sportsbook and FanDuel brand, but on specifically promoting safer gambling is a good initiative for us. We're looking to continue to build on this program and again, find people that bring a different perspective to the issue. And it's all part of promoting front and center that this isn't an issue. This is an issue we need to tackle head on and have some honest dialogue with our customers and with our employees about our shared responsibility.
Okay. Thanks. I think the other questions that I have in this regard are some of the open matters in the attachment to E3F1. And so if they're open, I believe it's probably things that the company is not at liberty to talk about, but I would want to hear about in executive session.
Happy to do that.
Councilor Grossman, do you have that one down, or do you need more clarity?
I do. I have E3F1. I'm just trying to locate it in the application so I can.
It's a page. It starts on, I think, 240 in the PDF. It's at the end because it's the attachment.
240. Oh, okay. E3F1. Sorry, it's just trying to read it. It's a lot of little writing. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to put it up to 400% to be able to read it. That's how bad my eye right now.
Yeah, I was clicking one by one and then finally made it up to 400. Okay. Yeah. So are there specific ones of interest or just
and Madam Chair, maybe you've got this at your finger. There's a matter. I think it's New Jersey.
Yeah, the New Jersey one, it has it's a high level. Limits on withdrawal. That's litigation. And there, for me, I'm thinking this is an F on compliance. G.
And then there's another that's I think 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's the 6th one down in New Jersey, and it still says pending.
2, 3.
That's the one I'm talking.
Is that the one you're talking about?
I thought.
Yeah. Okay.
It's identified as an infraction that's pending. Is that the right one with the
out of New Jersey
2019?
Yep.
That's litigation, right? As opposed to assessment.
I don't know.
Chair, just for clarification, this was in the disclosure that had compliance matters in the attachment E3F01.
Right, and honestly, because of the scrolling, I lost track of the scrolling because it was all the way at the bottom. I didn't want to go all the way to the bottom because it would take so long to get back to the top again. So I waited to here, and then it wasn't in the.
There's a matter that's open currently out of New Jersey. It's referenced in the IEB report. So that's one that I'm interested. I don't know if it's the same one that you're talking about, Commissioner O'Brien, on
maybe
E3F1.
I have to now gloss.
Fraud and breach of contract is what the allegations relate to.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
Commissioner, sorry, can I just jump in here?
Sure.
In connection with this particular, thank you, Chair, just in connection with this particular document, it does contain confidential information. It's been marked as confidential, and rather than get into specifics about anything, including sort of descriptions at this point, I think we just should err on the side of caution, especially with anything that's pending. You know, historically, the Commission has kept that information confidential, and certainly if there's anything that's discussed in that executive session, the answer to these questions that is not confidential, we're happy to go back on the public record to deal with it. But trying to parse this out sort of this way, I think we may be sort of getting into a level of detail that's, you know, honestly kind of lets the horse out of the barn.
Attorney Nozzle, are you suggesting that the allegations are confidential?
Commissioner, if it's pending, it may not be public. So I am saying that, yes.
Well, the matter that I mentioned was litigation, so I'm not sure if the others are something else, but I'm going to turn to Councilor Grossman and Councilor Nozzle, and the two of you can figure out if we have matters that need to be discussed in executive session properly, and of course we'll honor that.
Chairwoman, I think on the litigation piece, I think there's some that we can discuss in the public record, and we have Rob Dunn, our head of litigation, here to discuss that. So I would take that one separately than the other list that Jed was discussing.
Thank you. So that my matter may not be the matter that Commissioner O'Brien and Commissioner Skinner, because I didn't know all the different states on the others, but we absolutely are honoring the confidentiality of all matters. So thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Clarify, the matter I'm referencing is, it is litigation. So I just want to be clear, and it's definitely not my intention to disclose any confidential information. I just, you know, Council Grossman could use some guidance as to, you know, specifically the question of whether the allegations themselves are confidential. That would be surprising to me, but I defer to.
I believe it might be easier to refer to the matter by name in the litigation, Rob. I think it's Tometer. Is that, I'm not sure how the name of the plaintiff is pronounced, but if we could clarify exactly what we're talking about. I know that's something where there's been a complaint filed, and we can speak to the public allegations in that complaint and the posture of the case.
This one is Mr. Manganaro is what I'm referring to, and I specifically didn't mention the name because I would have expected a level of confidentiality in that. So
yeah, if it's the name I mentioned is part of a public docket, so it would be, then the name would be public. Rob,
Okay.
do you want to speak to the specific matter?
Sure, happy to. That is an allegation that was filed in New Jersey State Court. We disagree, and the allegations are completely wrong. The allegation was that we have a policy where you have to play through your deposits before you can withdraw them, so you can only withdraw winnings. That's just wrong. You can get a refund of your deposit without playing them, and we're contesting that litigation.
Can you say the amount of the deposit that's at issue here?
I believe it was a $500 deposit, and he lost a $200 bet. So I think it's like $300. And we've told him through our customer service and through his lawyers that we will return it tomorrow, but they have not been interested in receiving the deposit back.
So I think what I was asking about was different. And I think if I referred to it as number 6 on the list that's been asked to be treated confidential, that would specifically identify it in the E3F1 attachment.
Okay. Well, so I think, you know, I'm having a little difficulty keeping track of which instances everyone's interested in. So the one we were just talking about, Commissioner Skinner, is Manganaro. That's the one that Mr. Dunn was just describing. Are we comfortable with that explanation, or is there anything further?
I am. Yes, okay. I am. I don't know about my fellow commissioners.
Okay.
All set. Thank you.
You referenced the Tometer matter already. Is there any information we're looking for on that case?
Commissioners? Any, Commissioner O'Brien? You
I
have
don't-
identified a different one. And so
I don't see that
being
name in
very-
any way
we're being
referenced to the
careful.
one I'm talking about.
Now, when you said number 6, now, there's a list of strictly confidential, but mine only goes to 3.
Well, I think, so that's, Madam Chair, that's kind of what I wanted to just make sure we keep track of. I believe Commissioner O'Brien is referencing, if I have this right, the list in the PDF application, which is on page 241 of the PDF. And they're not numbered, which is why it's difficult.
No,
to track.
yeah, it's a column. So it's attachment E3. It's the attachment to E3F1. It's been asked to be treated confidentially. There's a graph there. If you start at the top, the 6th one down is the one I have.
And for those, I think we would prefer to discuss those in executive session.
Right. I'm just trying to identify it enough for executive session without saying so much that it loses confidentiality.
Yeah, and I wanted to be, just to be clear, sort of the difference, I think, between the two. I think when I was talking about matters that are pending, those are pending regulatory. I think the list that you're referring to, Commissioner O'Brien.
No, they're pending regulatory.
Pending litigation. Okay.
No,
pending litigation. Pending regulatory. Correct. Yeah.
Correct.
So it's mentioned.
Yes, things that are reported in the public docket, like the cases, I think we're able to answer, to the best of our ability in this forum. Litigation that's been reported and is publicly available through court dockets. I think we can answer those questions, certainly.
Yeah, and some of those will come up in G in suitability, but this was just referenced in the E3F1 attachment, which is why I raised it here.
Yeah.
And Attorney Nozel, I appreciate you clarifying your perspective. Thank you.
Yes, we were not disagreeing, Commissioner Skinner. I think my apologies for mixing litigation and regulatory. So I think we would ask that anything that's listed on that matrix that deals with regulatory violations be discussed, at least initially in executive session, certainly if they are pending.
I don't think there's any problem with that. The company is representing to us that there are matters involved that would place them at a competitive disadvantage. I take it if publicly disclosed, in that there are competitively sensitive allegations in there, and that's understandable. I think we just need to, in some way, even if it's innocuous, need to be able to identify which matters on the list the commissioners are interested in discussing. And so, to Commissioner O'Brien's point, I understand what the 6th one down is, and I'm happy to go through.
Pause for 1 minute, Councilor Grossman, because I had 3 different open versions.
Right.
So if we could start with on the scrolled version, the page, because I went through all the exhibits and it's 600. What page are you looking at right now?
Sure. So I am on page 241 of the consolidated PDF application.
241. Okay, then just a minute, so that we can all be. Okay. I am clearly not looking at the same version.
Okay.
Well, the attachment?
Oh, yeah, I've gone through all.
E3F1, there's a chart. It is a chart.
Yeah, I saw that chart in the section, yes, but.
Yes.
That's.
So references to the 6th entry on that chart, that should sufficiently identify if that gets you to where it is.
Okay.
In that matter, Commissioner O'Brien, although it says pending in one column as status, in the settlement date column, there's a date there. So I don't know.
Well, that's just part of my question is the disconnect.
Or not, yeah.
So
Yeah, I
what
guess
I'm
as
looking
an
at is
initial
the-
matter, I guess if we could just have the applicant, I don't think this compromises anything.
I'm prepared to speak to that, Matt. I know which matter you're referring to, and I'm prepared to speak to it in executive session. Yes. Is that helpful?
And because you feel like it's a competitive disadvantage or to do so otherwise? Or
Yes.
there are other privacy interests? Okay.
Yes, yes. And happy to discuss those in executive session. And if the determination is we need to go back on the public record, obviously we'll do that as well.
Okay.
Okay. So that's well, Madam Chair, I still want to make sure that you have access to this document here.
Well, it's striking me as curious because I've gone through all 600 pages of a document. So I'm assuming it's the same document that everybody else has gone through, which is, but I have also gone by section. And what I have in front of me is E3F01, that chart. It's not numbered, but I hear folks talking about the 6-1. Do you mean the 6 that's in blue, or do you mean the 6 in white, the blue?
If you start, if you start in total, just go down to the first entry as if that's entry 1, go down to the 6th entry.
Because there are so many, right? I think there's over 50, right?
Right. It is not blue.
It is not blue. Good, thank you. Yes.
And there's a settlement date.
Yep, I see it. And I see that it's pending, and that's what we're interested in.
Yes.
And in terms of the reason for going into an executive session, to be clear, would there be a privacy issue, a competitive disadvantage, a trade secret?
I would say privacy issue.
That's what I wondered. That's helpful, right? Councilor Grossman, thank you.
You mean a personal privacy issue, an individual?
No.
Yeah, I think that, sorry, just let me jump back in here. I think in order to fully explain both the issue and the fact that there still may be components of it that are pending, that would result in a competitive disadvantage to the company under Chapter 23 and Section 6I.
Okay, so that was my assumption. So it's a 6I issue, not a privacy issue. They're suggesting that it's competitively sensitive.
Thank you.
Which is entirely appropriate. And as we've said before, if we start to listen to the presentation and realize that it's not, for whatever reason, competitively sensitive, we can stop and come back into the public domain. So that's the first one we have. That's the 6th one down on the list. Are there others that commissioners are interested in hearing about?
Councilor Hall, this was all part of your review as well.
We did. We summarized several of the matters, Chair. We did not just discuss all of them. We did, however, cite the attachment, which everyone is speaking
And
about.
you had access to all of them, and then there were some. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the only other one I would also want to ask about, and it may or may not need to be an executive session.
Yes.
Is the 10th on the list. And it's the first blue line. It's 2 below that. If the company can let me know whether that's in the public domain. It would appear to be, but I don't know.
That one has been finalized, so I believe it is. I don't know, Carolyn, if you have the details on that particular incident. I'm looking for them myself.
I'm trying to make sure that the incident that I have with the same date is the same incident. So forgive me for a moment while I try and confirm that. I believe I believe I have the right date. And I can speak at a high level to this, I believe, without competitive disadvantage or otherwise disclosing confidential information. This issue, if it is the appropriate one, related to a settings error with respect to our KYC external providers. We have we had at that time two KYC external providers. One of them we discovered during a routine internal audit that a number of underage individuals were able to verify KYC. When we dug into that issue and conducted an internal investigation, we were able to confirm that none of these individuals were able to deposit, withdraw, wager, or otherwise engage in any activity. What happened here was that one of the two KYC providers erroneously had their settings incorrectly with respect to age. So what happened here was that patrons aged between the ages of 18 and 20 who positively verified for all identifiers except for age were appropriately blocked by one of them, but then erroneously permitted to verify during a secondary check by the other one. Upon detection, FanDuel contacted the second one and corrected the verification setting to include the appropriate minimum age requirement. I think what's very important to understand is that while our system eligibility functions, that while they were able to verify using that second pass of the KYC check, our system eligibility functions prevented them from engaging in any gaming activity on the platform. And the mitigation for all of that, we then conducted a more fulsome investigation across all of the categories of both of the KYC providers and were able to resolve that issue. So those are the facts of that matter.
Okay. And then the other pending that I see is number 21, which is same jurisdiction as the other one that says pending. It's just above one of the blue highlighted lines.
Could you repeat that, Commissioner O'Brien?
I believe it's the 21st entry. It is the same jurisdiction as number 6 that I've asked about, that we're going to go into executive session. Same jurisdiction. Still says pending. And just sort of for reference purposes, there's a highlighted blue marketing affiliate entry right below it, if that helps people locate it.
I have located it. Understanding, if I understand it correctly, it was with respect to a warning letter around a responsible gaming message that was not appropriately displayed to patrons on a certain login screen on the desktop application.
So I think it says pending because
description is different.
Let's be careful. Make sure if it's a pending matter
That's what I mean. I'm not going into any detail other than to say it says pending twice in that line, and the one that I'm talking about.
So what we could see is, rather than having any kind of response, I want to be very careful given Mr. Nosel's advice. Do you follow the Councilor Grossman?
Yes, I have the matter, and
can I say something that I don't think is privileged in any way? I suspect that it says pending an error, to be honest, and we apologize.
Okay, that's why I was asking.
Because it's a warning letter, so there would be no final disposition of a warning letter. So I suspect the pending is an error.
Okay, so because the conduct goes over a protracted period of time.
Correct.
And the summary of it would be intriguing to me, and also because of the period of time. So if it's something you can talk about in this session, I'd appreciate it.
Understood. We could try to do that in session if we can look at it. Thank you.
Well, but it sounds like it's public then. Would the warning letter have been in the public ether?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? Okay.
I have one. If we're looking at it as an E, I had it under, but we have the chart up. I had it through the IEB's report, but it is the last item on this chart while we have it up. It's a settlement, and I'm interested in just understanding the issue itself and how it was addressed. And so I suspect that's also one that's right for an executive session, unless it's all public, Mr. Fox and Ms. Resident.
Carolyn, this is the last one on the list pertaining to Connecticut, and I defer to you.
I think we should cover it in an executive session. It is not currently public.
Okay, thank you. And IEB did note it in that, so it's under either a G or this chart. Thank you. Anybody else have anything with respect to the chart included in section E3C1? No, E3F. All right. So on that note, before we take our, find out if we have a consensus on E, I want to check in with commissioners if you have any other questions. I have a compliment, which we'd like to share too. So Commissioner Hill, you shared your recognition that you're hearing what I think is part of the campaign that's described as the system. But I like the Play Well Day for all employees, where you take a day out and remind all your employees about responsible gaming. And I know that you train and talk about responsible gaming regularly. It's integrated into your daily practice. It is in ours too. And so this is where we're going to borrow from you folks. I think it would be a great idea for us to adopt something like that. And I'm just noting it to Crystal and Karen to bring up that maybe we need to have a good day of reflection on RG matters as leaders in this field here in Massachusetts. So just wanted to let you know that I thought this a good pause for your employees to do. Liked it. With that, any other questions on E? All right. Do people feel that it's met our expectations in light of the couple of issues that have been raised for executive session?
Madam Chair, I think we might want to wait on meeting expectations until we've heard from them in our executive session, if that would be okay. At least that's how I feel.
Do people agree? No problem. That's commissioners, or we'll just circle back on this after our executive session.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, then we'll move on to section F. Any questions? I know that you addressed this in part with Commissioner Hill's early question around integrity, that you use U.S. integrity I'm going to get the acronym wrong, IBIE. And which I appreciated, notwithstanding the fact that you're kind of a closed loop to your credit, but you use both GeoComply, best in class, and then EOS integrity and BIE. Any questions? Commissioner Maynard, are you leaning in?
So I think we've already covered any questions I would have earlier during Teresa's presentation that would be brought up. But she specifically said in regards to the handle, it being high, and she had some theories, but it may be worth exploring with the applicant. I don't know if I should draw that out separately, or Todd, or if it's covered under what we discussed earlier, but that's something I will ask in executive session.
That's fine. We're happy to address that in executive session.
Are we in F or G?
I think that might be G, but we're close enough. But I think that adds to the executive commission list.
It appears a little in F too.
Does it? Thank you.
Yeah.
We're good. Yeah. And you haven't decided yet where the server will be?
The server, no, we haven't decided yet. We typically, there's a specific vendor that we typically use to host our servers. Excuse me, often it's Continent 8. And so we would work with Continent 8 to find a location for our server, most likely.
Thank you. And Todd, you got Commissioner Maynard's executive session question.
Yes, I have it.
Excellent, thank you. All right, I'm not hearing any other questions with respect to F. It's a compliment as to the fulsome response. Commissioner Hill.
I believe the applicant has met expectations for section F.
I agree. Same. Commissioner Maynard?
Same.
Okay. Then we'll move on to G. Questions? A lot of our suitability questions have been addressed now through E. Any other questions on suitability?
My question pertains to some of the litigation. Okay. Just let me pull up.
Are we looking in the report now that's listed?
Yes. Yes.
In IEB's report, right?
IEB's report, section D, the self-disclosed litigation. The first one, if somebody wants to speak somewhat to that, that's the, I think it's the patent case.
Sure.
Rob, go ahead and take that. Yeah.
Sure, I'm happy to speak to that. The Botero case, it was a patent holding company that filed patent infringement claims against us and frankly, most of our competitors, saying that our geolocation violates their patent. That case was dismissed at the district court within the last month against, I think, everyone that they filed against. It's on appeal right now.
Okay. So the update would be that it's been dismissed at the trial level and they've appealed it?
That's correct.
Okay. And then Commissioner Skinner, did you ask about number 2? Was that?
I think she asked about number 3, right?
Question pertained to number 3.
Okay.
Would you like me to speak to number 2?
If you can, as
Sure.
much as you publicly, yeah.
Sure. Sure. So Mr. Trematter actually didn't work for FanDuel Group. He worked for the Stars Group on their Poker Stars product, which is the same parent company controls both the Stars Group and FanDuel Group. For reasons that are unclear to me, he named FanDuel Group, but he was not an employee of FanDuel Group, and we had no control over his termination.
Okay. I think that was it for me. Other than what's already been identified.
Any other questions on G? I think the only outstanding one I have is going to be part of RSM's coverage. If you, Commissioner Maynard, you're nodding your head. Do you feel the same way? Do you have anything else?
No.
No. Okay. Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Skinner. Commissioner O'Brien, you all set on the other items? Okay. Given that the suitability falls under it and we decided not to take our temperature on E, we'll hold on G as well. Does that make sense? And we'll make sure to circle back. That's where I asked for a reminder. Okay, it is almost 2 o'clock, 10 up to, and we probably could all stand a quick bite. And we would then, what we could do, perhaps it's easiest technically, would be for us to move into executive session now. Does that make sense? And let the public know that we, if we vote to do so, that it would be a bit, but we would return to the public session and to stay tuned. Does that make sense, commissioners and Mr. Janetsky? Does that make sense?
With us, certainly.
Okay, commissioners. All right, so with that, I have a job to do, but I need help from Councilor Grossman. I think we've identified only 6I matters. Is that right?
Well, it might be helpful to just go through them. I have 5, but I might have merged a couple of or 2 of them. So first, I think the first thing we want to just establish is that we are on item number 4, D, Roman numeral 2 on the agenda.
If we go into executive session, we're finishing up 4C. We're finishing up 4C, yeah.
Right, so the executive session is in part D2. And specifically, as we have always done, helpful to just make sure we have the same list of items that the commissioners are interested in talking about. The first one on my list is, as you've identified, relates to the information and documentation presented by RSM, and that weaves its way through a number of areas of the application. And it pertains to the specifics of certain financial projections and trends and the methodologies behind the projections, including those related to the revenue figures, the market share percentages, and the handle and hold percentages, and how all of those were arrived at. And in some instances, the contrast between the figures presented by the applicant and those calculated by RSM. And this would, of course, include any associated information with those categories. So that's the first item I have on the list for potential discussion in executive session. The second issue relates to the specifics relative to the adjustment of the ownership percentages of the company that were identified in the IEB's report. The third item pertains to any plans or strategies to coordinate or partner with the Massachusetts State Lottery by the applicant. Item number 4 on my list is generated from section E3F1 of the application that we were just discussing. And there are a number of items related to compliance on the list without mentioning specifics. There are, let's see, I think 4 potential matters that the commission is interested in discussing. The first is number 6 on the list. And again, this is page 241 of the consolidated PDF, which is where this chart is located. Item number 6 on the list, we talked a little bit about that already. Item number 10, I just wanted to clarify, I think Commissioner O'Brien, you were asking about this, and I think Ms. Renson provided a response. I just wanted to ask whether you were satisfied with that response, or this was a matter you're interested in pursuing further in executive session as well. This was the KYC matter relative to underage users that she described.
Yeah, I think there was a disconnect though, because I'd actually been asking about a different one. I'm satisfied with that discussion on that particular one. And then the only other one I raised was, I think the 21st on the list.
Yes, okay, so yeah.
And I'm good on the other one, yeah.
Okay, great. So then there'll only be 3 matters under this category. It's number 6 on the list, number 21, as Commissioner O'Brien just referenced. And then the last, I didn't count all the way down, but the last matter on the list. So those are the 3 items related to compliance that the commissioners are interested in inquiring into. Representations have been made by the company that those are competitively sensitive matters, as they're not, they're either not fully resolved or not matters of public record. And then the 5th item for potential issues to discuss in executive session pertains to litigation, and these are described in the IEB's report. I know that the applicant has already addressed a number of them. I wasn't clear whether there were any additional matters that the commissioner was interested in hearing about, or further information about the ones that were already discussed.
I think we're satisfied, right?
Satisfied.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. In that case, there are just those 4 categories of information and documentation that we have identified. With that, if I have all of those accurate,
Commissioner Maynard is.
I think, did you hit the RSM question?
Yeah, I think that's relative to the handle and percentage and hold percentage related to the financial projections that RSM discussed, and potential distinctions between the applicant's methodologies and calculations versus RSM's. That's what you were interested in, if I understood you correctly, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
So,
Commissioner
yes,
Maynard will remind you, she invited the prompts, so you can take the lead on that one. Thanks.
So those are the 4 areas, and I would submit that that being the case, that those are all matters that involve competitively sensitive information. It was all provided in the course of an application for an operator license under Chapter 23N, and disclosing that information or documentation publicly would place the applicant at a competitive disadvantage, making them appropriate for discussion in executive session for the reasons described during the introductory remarks.
So commissioners, with that guidance, you know that in order for us to move on this, I need to read the statutory language into the record. Commission anticipates that it may meet in executive session in conjunction with its review of the Betfair Interactive US LLC doing business as FanDuel. Application in accordance with GL Chapter 30A, Section 21, subsection A7, and GL Chapter 23N, Section 6I, to consider information submitted by the applicant in the course of its application for an operator license that is a trade secret, competitively sensitive, or proprietary, in which, if disclosed publicly, would place the applicant at a competitive disadvantage. With that, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we go into executive session on the matters delineated by general counsel and for the reasons set forth by the chair.
Second.
Thank you. All right. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. So that allows us to go into executive session. It's 2 o'clock now. I would suggest that we take a lunch break to 2:30, and we'll go into the virtual executive session room now. And I want to note to the public that this public meeting we anticipate reconvening in public session to finish up our work of the day. And there will be a screensaver to give some guidance on that. Any questions? All right, so we will be invited to join the executive session. We're all set then, Mills or Dave, to take down the screen saver.
Yep.
Thank you. Great, so thank you for that productive executive session. This is a return to the Gaming Commission's public meeting number 420. As we continue to hold this virtually, I need to do a roll call. Again, Commissioner O'Brien.
I am here.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill.
I'm here.
Commissioner Skinner.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner Maynard.
I'm here.
Great, thank you. So I think at this time, Commissioners, we should just reflect upon what we've accomplished so far. And my notes, if I'm right, we need to swing back to sections E and G and take our temperature and find out if we have a consensus that with the added benefit of the executive session, has the applicant met expectations? So let's consider section E. Any?
I believe they met expectation. This is Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill.
I agree with Commissioner Hill.
Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you, Commissioner Maynard.
Same.
Great, and I agree. So we can move on then to section G. Thank you very much. Again, we needed to get details that were really relevant for an executive session. Do we believe that the applicant has met expectations with respect to G?
I believe so, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
I agree.
Commissioner Hill?
I agree.
Excellent, I agree as well. So we have completed our review of that preliminary consensus that expectations have been met, but we did have, I recall, at least one request for supplemental, no, there were a few more, my apologies. So we should go through that list. Councilor Grossman?
Sure. Actually, I have 6 items on the list, and we can go through them.
Thank you.
Just to make sure I have them all accurate. The first pertain to the applicant's DFS registration and payment of taxes. It dates back to August 10th, actually, I believe was the date the law took effect. They have represented that they will register. There was talk about the payment of taxes, though it sounds like they have an explanation as to why that hasn't been paid yet, but certainly the registration piece can be taken care of in short order, it seems. Number 2 pertain to community engagement, and Commissioner Skinner was inquiring about the $1 million investment into Massachusetts, and I believe there was a request, if there is any further information, that answer be supplemented to provide further information.
Council Grossman, I'm going to yield on that request. As the chair pointed out, there is additional information on page 84. And my specific question relative to Massachusetts was answered. I think what threw me off was the section referenced Maryland and Virginia. So it was a little confusing, but I'm clear on what has been presented. Thank you.
Great. So we will remove that one. The next item on the list pertained to the demographic breakdown of the Massachusetts-based employees that the applicant has employed in the Commonwealth by leadership position, and then my notes indicate by a minority, women, and veteran status. The next one after that that I had on my list, and this harkens back to the introductory part of the proceedings. There's apparently some tax certifications for entity qualifiers that are still outstanding relative to the suitability applications. The next item on the list, similar to one of the prior ones, but information was sought relative to the breakdown of underrepresented minority and female status within the C-suite of the applicant's company. And finally, and this one is similar to conditions that have been put into place for a number of other applicants / licensees. And this pertains to the workforce and supplier diversity spend goals. And there was, of course, a good amount of conversation surrounding the particulars of the request. And I have a couple of notes about that that I'll just walk through. The first area, and I believe Mr. Janetsky was agreeable to this one, was that there be an action plan for 2023 relative to all underrepresented groups. The second part is that the applicant has represented that it is working towards identifying the diversity of the vendors at present. So there was an interest in obtaining statistics relative to those existing vendors, I believe. The outstanding question is whether there is an interest in the applicant establishing goals for both the workforce and supplier diversity spends at this juncture, with all that in mind.
Commissioner O'Brien, I'm not sure, are you leaning in? Commissioner Maynard, did we decide that a list was necessary at this juncture, but that perhaps they could make some reasonable assumption about setting a goal? Was that how?
Yeah, I would, Attorney Grossman, I believe, I think the statement about getting the current statistics, what I said is, even on the condition that we did with the tethered, it was if you have them, if they're available, to what extent. I heard that they're not available, and to what extent at this current time, meaning, I wouldn't hold on that one. I would hold on the goal setting and seeing what those goals would be. Again, it's a question in the application.
Right, and there might be some reasonable deductions to be made, even though their program is really underway. Right, is that what you were getting at to Commissioner Maynard? Does that make sense, Mr. Janetsky?
It does. We'll give anything that we have on hand, and for where we don't, we will give the goals for the program going forward.
Excellent. Okay.
Chair, just a clarification, the action plan that was offered up, is that still on the table?
That did get mentioned, and that there really is the beginning of a framework of an action plan in the application itself. I wanted to give you credit for those bullet points. So I think that would be, we'd like that, right, Commissioner Skinner? If that's...
Yeah, I would want to hear from Mr. Janetsky, because I believe, despite what's included in the application, he offered to submit an action plan. So just if we could clarify that.
Yeah, I think it is. You see a summary version of it in our filing. I mean, I think those are our plans, and so, but we're happy to supplement if we're going to put some more specific goals around it, and then put a little more meat on the bone on the plan to achieve those goals. I think Keita and team could put that together for sure.
Thank you. I just want us all to be clear on what we should expect.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you.
That's the entire list that I had notes upon. If there are others, we can certainly go through them now.
Right. We have that list. Is there anything now that we've completed our review? Is there anything that you would like to supplement our thinking? Because a reminder that we have comparative analysis committee, and that's anticipated for January 18th and 19th, and they're slated to include the 20th. To the applicant, you'll get an invitation to that. I understand. I'm not sure how that's all going to work, but we will keep you informed. So anything that further from the commissioners that you would like of this applicant? Well, then I think I'd like to start with thanking you, Mr. Janetsky and Mr. Fox and your entire team. Thank you for today's presentation, demonstration, and your all your responses to our many, many questions in your time. Commissioners, what would you like to say before we adjourn?
Just to reiterate that, thank you. Thank you for being organized and answering what we had for you today. It speeds things up. Commissioner Maynard?
Just to say the same, thank you. I appreciate the thoroughness.
Commissioner Skinner?
Nothing to add, Chair. Everything's already been said.
Thank you so much. And Commissioner Hill, I know that you're following. Anything you'd like to add?
Not at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I want to be able to excuse you, but I do need to just ask my fellow commissioners if any other business that we need to address. All right, then I think, Councilor Grossman, have I got everything covered?
I think you're all clear.
Okay, then just a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner?
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard?
Aye.
And I vote yes. Thank you, everyone. It's so nice to see you. Thank you very much. 5-0.